Good afternoon. We are back for the afternoon of day 6 of the 8-day Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial. We know that the judge is keeping a tight leash on time, but he hasn't put the time on the record. He keeps telling the attorneys where they're at time-wise. We just don't know yet. But the judge has made it very clear he's set apart like 2 hours, 2.75 hours, so over 2.5 hours on Thursday morning for closing arguments. The judge wants this case to go to the jury after lunch break on Thursday with jury instructions. So we're expecting this to go to the jury on Thursday. I expect we will probably have a verdict before the weekend. It could be faster than that if they find, skiing is dangerous and you're 50-50 responsible for being on the hill. The jury could come back, and remember, they only need a 3/4 vote. They don't need a unanimous verdict, and they don't need to apportion liability on this negligence claim. They can find both parties 50-50 liable, then they don't even get to a damages equation, and then they just walk away. So we will see. Closing should be pretty quick because, well, they're supposed to be. So Tara in the chat already asked, seems like a quick closing. The judge told them they could have longer if they wrapped their case sooner. But it feels like right now the defense is going to have to run through their witnesses. I don't think we will see any rebuttal witnesses because I just don't think they're going to have time to get to them. I think they're going to run out their case. So they're going to have to zoom and they're going to have to apportion their time. The civil trials are different than criminal. We're not dealing with constitutional rights in the same way we're dealing with monetary damages. And the court's like, you have 8 days. You said you needed 8 days. You have 8 days. Let's ride. And that's it. And that's what we're going to see in this case. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a law nerd. If you are already thinking about Verdict Watch, lawnerdalert.com is the place to be. And then follow me on social media. I post to Law Nerd Alert first, to our member spaces, and then to social. That's kind of my order of priority. And our text crew, of course. So with all of that, make sure that you are signed up on Law Nerds Alert. If you are like, what are we going to do for a verdict? I will stream it live, presuming I'm not like out of the house. It's so hard on Verdict Watch. If this verdict doesn't come back before the weekend, I'm going to be really confused, honestly. Who caused this ski collision is the biggest question, and not much time in this trial has been spent on it. The attorneys have spent a lot more time on damages. The jury might not even get there. If they're like, y'all crashed into each other, then that's it. Nobody gets damages and everybody walks away. So with that, it's time to get started. I'm going to roll the intro. Law Nerds, always great to see you. Make sure you do the liking of the video, the commenting on the video, the subscribing, and the YouTube things. And I'm going to answer some questions while we are waiting for court to come back. Court should be back in just a moment. They have been punctual and early some days. So, definitely a different... I appeared in front of judges like this. It was always my worst nightmare. My husband's like, are you okay? I'm like, no, I have to be in Judge XYZ's courtroom today. Judge XYZ runs early and I run on ADHD standard time. So that is not where I lean into. It was always an adventure. The adrenaline in the morning gets you going. All right, let's go, Law Nerds. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the Law Nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. Already into it, and having y'all back here will bump us back onto the live trending so more law nerds can find us. I know it's always a disadvantage taking a break at lunch, but I honestly find the stream performance is so much better taking a break at lunch than just putting up a "we'll be back" and then having to cut an hour out of the middle of the streams. I don't know. I prefer switching. And I think it makes the streams more manageable and easier to find what you are looking for as a law nerd. So that's the decision that we make, right? We just go with it. So all of that said, I'm going to pop out the chat so I can see both chats. I know I watch them in the backstage area and then I watch them, on YouTube as well. It makes it so much easier for me to see the members and the gifted memberships and stuff like that. My friend Jill loves your earrings. Gonna buy them for her. Aren't they fun? I like a hoop. I can't do hoops, particularly while streaming. My hair gets caught in them. I like this shape for my face. I like the way they fall. They are lightweight, so they don't pull my ears. I have nothing but good things to say. I have nothing but good things to say about these earrings. I find them easy and my in-ears don't get stuck. It's just. Oh, and I changed the earpieces on my in-ears and I'm super excited about it. So today's been much more comfortable. I've actually been considering getting custom in-ear molds, which that's a whole other conversation, but I live in Nashville, so I'm just like, "Hey, I live in Music City. There are places where I could just go get molds to go over these in-ears, but these are actually real comfortable. So I'm pretty happy with it. So streaming behind the stream things, right? Emily and her in-ears. It was yesterday you saw me pulling them in and out. They were really starting to hurt my ears. So it's always finding what works. It's always finding what works with that. EDB off topic, but do you remember the hoodie your son wore during one of your Murdoch streams? Something like Terrible Human. I'm going to find one for my kid. I do remember. It was a Horrible Human sweater. It is from Caroline Sansbury. She is a real housewife of Dubai. She was a lady of London. I don't know where her shop is. I got it from her at BravoCon. She was so much fun to hang out with at BravoCon. She gave that to me and then my son promptly stole it. And the looks people give him when he wears it gives him like internal glee. My son has a very dry sense of humor. So there was internal glee, with all of it. So envy the earrings, can't wear them because even gold causes an allergic reaction. Oh, Erica, that is a bummer. I have a lot of allergies. So I get it when you're just like, brr. Oh, I should make sure my share screen is turned on before the judge comes back. There we go. We're professionals here. I'm already prepped. Look at me. We're ready. Well, the court's running 2 minutes late, so it gave us time. All right, we are waiting to bring the jury. Lori, we are waiting to bring the jury. Lori, when does trial start today? Now. They're just not back, but they set now, so they should be in. They should be in soon. Caroline has always been my favorite housewife, authentic and funny. She is authentic and funny. She is very witty, and that's delightful and a lot of fun. So, Emily, thank you. You brought out the Ulner Dan, me that I never knew. I'm not following Caleb, but I'm so glad. Emily, are you on the 712? Did you bing? I missed it. We binged at the end of the earlier stream. You guys, let me know what you are drinking, where you are coming in from, and all the things. I had lunch. I've got a little bit more of a protein shake. Just to get some extra protein in this afternoon, because sometimes it's the easiest way to do it. So Caroline Sansbury, I'm not sure where her shop is. I will find it once court comes back in, and we'll go there. Griffin T. Emily isn't late. She's simply running on EDB time. It's true. I accept this as a risk when watching her streams. I think there's a disclaimer about that on your ticket. There's a disclaimer everywhere that EDB streams, the start time is more of a guideline. It's more of a code. We stick to the code, but it's more of a guideline. Mary said, I was a music major. My private piano teacher's clock was set for 20 minutes fast. Killer for scheduling. Wow. 20 minutes fast is a lot. Senorita Julia said, can I get a shout out for my mom, Vicky? She and I are huge fans. I originally saw you on the H3 podcast. Hello to Senorita Julia's mom, Vicky. Hi. Good to see you both. I love seeing what you all are eating and doing this afternoon, because it is fantastic. So thank you, chat, for sharing your afternoons with me. It's always so nice to see what you guys are doing. And I know you can see what I'm doing, but keeping up with you in the chat is the way that I know what y'all are doing, and it makes it feel like much more of a two-way conversation for me. So other questions about this trial? All right. As a reminder, let's all go over our languaging again. For those of you new to this trial, hi. This is a civil case. It is over money damages. There is a plaintiff and a defendant. They are looking for liability. They are counterclaiming each other. Who is responsible for this wreck? Not guilty, not innocent. Liable. Who is liable? Somebody has to be more than 50% responsible for this. And I don't know who is at this point, which is bad for the plaintiff. The plaintiff should have pushed those scales of justice over 50%. At the end of the plaintiff's case, you should be like, huh, I think Gwyneth Paltrow ran into this man. At the end of the plaintiff's case, I went, huh, I need to see more, which is why I think this jury could very easily come back 50-50. Because they're just, if the jury is sitting there going, doesn't get you over 50% either way, right? It is a lower standard of proof than in a criminal case. And we're going to hear all about that in the jury instructions. So I'm going to wait to see some of that languaging. We'll do jury instructions together. I find them very, very helpful. But if the plaintiff doesn't push you over 50% at the beginning, it's a win for the defendant, right? I don't think the plaintiff has a strong case on how this all went down. So we will just see what happens. Thrifting my best life. Does Owens remind you of the EPA guy from Ghostbusters, Walter Peck? He's the one that lets out all the ghosts. It's been way too long since I've seen Ghostbusters. So in my mind, that is not, I'm not there, but I also don't know who he reminds me of. His demeanor is maybe not a perfect blend for a celebrity client. He needs to make his celebrity client very human and very likable and very approachable. He struggles with that for me. James, not so much. I find James's demeanor much easier to follow, much easier to deal with. I find it much more linear. I find Owen's demeanor to be much more off-putting. I'm always upfront. Some of you don't find Owens off-putting, and I'm not saying that you should. You don't have to. So you absolutely don't have to. I'm just saying, for me, it does. Earring allergy havers. Dip the post in Neosporin before putting in your ears. Works wonders. Thank you, Stina G, for the tip. I'm sure people have tried all the things, but you never know. View from the windows. Is it from the windows and the walls? Just a question. Emily and Lawnards, does anyone wonder if Sanderson had some sort of a stroke that caused him to bump crash into Paltrow? I don't know. And it would be really hard to parse. It's possible that he had some kind of event on the mountain. He doesn't quite remember. And I wonder how much his memory is what he was told by Mr. Ramon. I just wonder. I wonder that. I just wonder that. Sebastian is having a Guinness in the UK. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lilith. Coat the parts with clear nail polish. That might be an option. I'm drinking, I can't pronounce that. Glenmorangie? I don't know. Did I say that right? As it's 8:30. We're not going to judge you anytime that you drink. James looks like Dr. Kane from The Dark Knight Rises. I hadn't thought of that, but I appreciate it. And I got text messages, and I've seen it in the chat, that James has music on Spotify. So I've heard that is a thing. Glenmorangie. Did I say that? I think it's more like meringue. Chat, I have a hard time. Glenmorangie. I don't know what that is, but I love it. So here we are. All right. With all of that, Owens had the exact same voice pitch timbre as the dad from Home Alone, John Hurd. A little bit. He definitely, I don't know. I know he's not new, right? But when he's telling the judge, like, I'm not complaining, I'm just making a record, the tone is complaining. It's a scotch. Oh, all right. Well, we might have to find it. That sounds delightful. Thank you, Emily. Came here for the law knowledge, and humor is a bonus. Well, I'm glad that humor is a bonus. Sometimes I would just offer, I would beg the indulgence of the chat. Humor should go first because it's my guiding principle. Let's see.
Thank you.
The court is back on.
The bailiffs are bringing in the jury and getting them ready.
Bring the jury. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, the court's ready to bring the jury.
No, I won't bring them in the room until they're ready.
He's not going to bring them in the room until all the attorneys are ready, until the jury is ready. So that's where we're at. We'll switch feeds at some point just because the audio difficulties. So Judge Holmberg is back on the bench making a few notes. Humor is number one. Owens looks like Anderson Cooper. Really? No. We've had lots of thoughts on Owens. They panned to the doors. I wonder if this will be complained about. it looks like Gwyneth Paltrow's bodyguards are outside of the doors. So there's that. They are supposed to be filming. We need to send the judge a bring the jury mug. They're supposed to be filming whoever's on the microphone. So panning to the doors and stuff is something that Owens has complained about. So I love your humor and your law expertise is my indulgence. Thank you. We're gonna lead with the. Sometimes we've got to lead with the jokes. So just to clarify, can I unpack now? Shayna, no, we're only here till like Friday. It's a short trip. Like if you need to get organized, use a packing cube so you can put it back in your bag immediately. We're at a 5-star VRBO. We're not at a long stay. Our next stay, or I don't intend our next stay till May, when we have the Rust preliminary hearing for 2 weeks. And then we're into June. And then we have a probably week and a half of the preliminary hearing in the Idaho quadruple homicide case. So that's what I'm expecting next. All right, let me go ahead and switch feeds. I hate it when these feeds come back slowly, but I do like that they don't overgain the audio. So choices are made on other feeds with the audio that are hard for me because the background noise gets too gained up. I like to be in control. I'm sure you're shocked by this. Terry Sanderson is giving me vibes from the weird doctor from Depp v. Heard. Sanderson, for me, didn't come across like Dr. Spiegel. Dr. Spiegel is unlike anything I've ever seen at a trial. And though this trial has had its moments, nothing I have seen yet comes close to Spiegel. Emily, don't make promises you can't keep. No trials until Rust. Rust is in May. It's April. A girl needs a minute. It's only like 4 weeks. It's only like 4 weeks to get caught up before we get into 2 weeks of Rust. Scotch is very good. You would love it. I love a whiskey. I love a Scotch.
Mr. Baugher, you can come back up to the
Mr. Baugher. James looks like Brendan Urie dressed up as Clark Kent. I love that. Do you think he'll start singing Taylor Swift songs, or at least a collab, maybe? But he does have music on Spotify, apparently. So there's that. I absolutely love your hair. Purple suits you so well. It is my natural color indeed. No, I need to regain the purple. I was going to do it last night, and it took me so long to prep the podcast and wrap my brain around switching gears that I didn't get to it.
We're ready for the jury.
Okay. We are ready for the jury. Owens was talking to, it seems like, his client. Her court attire is very different. I wonder how much the internet had an impact on that, because we saw like ski sweaters and stuff the first few days. The hair a little less done, the makeup a little less done, and now we are into Gwyneth Paltrow's case, and we are seeing a much more polished look. Not that her clothes were ever inexpensive, but a much more polished, less casual look. So not quite April yet. It is close though. It is close. You know what else starts in May? We need to circle back to the fitness influencer that we haven't talked about in forever, because that's supposed to start in May too. So we need a members only where we listen to James's music. He probably wouldn't copyright strike me the way that the freaking UKAP did. Yes, Miguelina, it's gonna be May. It is. It is before we cover another trial. The Brittany Dawn case is starting May 15th.
All right.
So
thank you.
Yes, Brittany Dawn.
Mr. Egan, you may continue.
I like the blouse today too. We've needed to shift back to Brittany Dawn for a
Your
while.
Honor.
I need to get caught up.
All right, Mr. Baugher, we just have a few more questions, and then we'll get you
Delightful.
on the stand here.
No, you won't.
First,
He's still got cross.
Is it your opinion that both Mr. Sanderson and Ms. Paltrow had the responsibility to exercise reasonable care to avoid a collision with each other on the day of their accident?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect.
And
Be
you're
done.
familiar with Ms. Paltrow's account of that collision, correct?
Yes, I am.
Have you heard her testimony, in the trial testimony that she gave to this jury?
I have.
And you also reviewed her deposition?
Yes.
There's going to be an
And,
objection here quickly.
If you assume that her account is correct,
Did she
is it
exercise
your
a duty of
opinion
care?
that she did comply with the standard of care, or the reasonable standard that you just said that was her duty?
Objection.
Yes.
Oh,
And if you assume her count was correct,
None.
did Mr. Sanderson comply with that duty?
No.
And why is that?
Well, if you assume the facts that we're looking at Ms. Paltrow's version, then you'd have to conclude that at the moment of the collision, she was a skier below and was hit from behind. In that collision,
you would have to assume.
I know I said there were a lot of other factors, but in this case, that seems to be the key factor, and that's where the failure of someone's lookout at the last minute, even if they can be in control the entire time, making great slalom turns, whatever it might be, but you can be a very good skier and you can be skiing in control, but if you have a momentary failure and there is someone below you of your lookout, then you have a collision. And by definition, if you have that collision,
You're at fault.
that's not in control because you can't stop and avoid anything below. So by definition, that's skiing out of control, even if it's momentary.
Interesting.
Did you review the evidence relating to Deer Valley's paperwork
And no objection.
Obtaining of information about this accident?
I did.
And do you have knowledge of the standards for ski resorts in terms of that kind of a investigation of an accident?
Yes.
And did Deer Valley comply with that standard?
Yes, based on the facts that they had in front of them, yes.
And did you see any evidence
So,
of
opinion that she did not breach her duty.
inappropriate documentation?
No, what I reviewed looked like it would meet the industry standard of care. It would be very similar to all the ski areas that I visited and know I'm familiar with their record keeping and so forth. These are typical business records kept in the course of business.
Okay, he knows the business records
In
section.
your experience,
That's not what they were asking. but he
thoroughly
knows it.
investigating over, I think you said 500 ski collisions, do you sometimes conclude that the evidence does not allow you to determine who is at fault?
All the time, yeah. Sometimes you just don't have enough information. Sometimes you have conflicting information and you just, there's plausible versions and you can't know which one's right, and you just have to realize that you're not going to be able to determine fault. So that's common enough.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks.
Ms. Van Orman?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to be really, really quick with you. In fact, we're just going to do the opposite of what you just testified to. So you were just asked if Ms. Paltrow's version of the accident, assuming that was true, would Mr. Sanderson have violated the skier's responsibility code? We're going to flip that. You've heard Mr. Sanderson and Mr.
Put my thing
Ramon's
down,
version of
flip
the
it in
accident.
reverse.
Assuming
Can you
those
work
were
it?
true,
Let me search.
they would have complied
here,
with
flip it.
the skier's responsibility code, correct?
Correct.
And Ms.
It's
Paltrow
here,
would
it's
have
here.
violated
Okay.
the skier's responsibility code.
That's correct.
All right. And in fact, the skier's
Okay.
responsibility code, it applies to all skiers. They all have to follow it, right?
Stick to
That's
the
correct.
code.
No matter if somebody has a disability in their eye or if they're turning to look at their children to watch them ski.
Great.
All skiers have that responsibility at all times.
That's all I have.
Good
Thank you.
cross, ma'am.
Mr. Egan?
Well done.
Thank you.
I like that
And Mr.
cross.
Baugher? You may step down.
That there was a good cross-examination, quick and to the point.
Mr.
The
Egan, you may
opposite is
call your
also
next
true.
witness, or Mr. Owens this time.
So use their witness to say it's also true for, it's also true for our version of the facts. Great. Good cross. Short, sweet, to the point. The same is true for us, right? Right. Done. Good cross. Mr. Edgley. Oh, Owens.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the
All
truth,
right,
the whole
Edgley.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon.
He didn't even say good afternoon to the judge. The judge was talking to you, Mr. Edgley. Look,
Would you begin by
sir.
stating your full name and spelling it
Oh,
for the
dear.
jury?
This man is moving slow. Can you hear him, sir? Are you hearing the judge? Are you listening to the judge?
Stephen R. Edgley, That's a Stevenedgley.
Okay. Wow. I don't think he was listening to the judge when he walked in. I've never seen anyone not respond to the judge that way. That was I have never seen anyone
Dr.
not respond to the
Edgley,
judge that
Are
way.
you employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
at the University of Utah.
And
The use,
are
not the
you
two
over
utes,
the acquired
the other
brain
utes.
injury division?
Yes, physical medicine and rehab is my specialty, and I'm over
acquired
that,
brain injury.
section.
How old are you, sir?
49.
Okay, and just background, undergraduate degree, where was that?
I studied psychology with a pre-med emphasis at BYU. My med school training was in Chicago at Loyola University in Chicago. And I did a 4-year residency in physical medicine and rehab at the University of Utah.
And then did you go there? Did you stay at the university
Yes.
and have been for how many years?
Overall, 2020. Yes.
Okay, and do you
Not
hold an
edgelord.
endowed
I
chair
think
at the university?
Edgley.
I do.
Do you teach? Are you a professor there?
I can't speed
do.
him up.
And you personally had an acquired brain injury, is that true?
Yes. So I had a stroke in 2001, 21 years ago.
And did that event play a role in your area of study?
It did. I was initially matched for a residency training in ophthalmology, actually.
Interesting.
I took 1 year off to deal with the recovery aspects
He might
of
not have
my
heard
stroke, and
the judge,
then
truly.
began physical medicine and rehab residency training.
Are you board certified
Very
in your
young to have a
specialty?
stroke.
I am.
You are a physician, MD, correct?
Yes.
And
That's very interesting that he was going to
do you
ophthalmology,
deal with
had a
people
stroke
other than
very
stroke
young,
people?
and
Other acquired brain injuries?
went into that field.
So, in my practice, it's a very busy practice.
And I'm glad that Owens asked him
95% of
very
my
early on.
practice deals with acquired brain injury.
And what is that? As opposed to brain injury? Like if a baby is born with a brain injury, that's
It's
not acquired, right?
Acquired. So,
acquired brain injury
acquired
happens.
brain injury encompasses strokes, traumatic brain injury, concussions, and a myriad of other brain injuries related to, surgery, anoxia, near drownings.
Y'all,
Anoxia
Chad,
is like
I know the
oxygen
mods are not going to
deprivation.
tolerate any
Yes.
making fun of his
Okay,
speech.
like it,
Um,
and maybe
He's
a
explained that
a
he has
child
had
who's
a
found at the
traumatic
bottom
brain
of a
event.
swimming pool,
He has still
rehabilitated,
become
brought in,
a board
and they
certified
come and
doctor in
see
his
you.
field
Yes.
to go into it.
About
We
how
do
many
not
patients
welcome
have
making
you
fun of his
seen,
speech. I didn't know if he heard
in
the
your
judge at the
career?
beginning. I
So
think he might not have. But he's
have,
gone on to teach
let's see,
people about what he has been through.
I
So
see about 15 separate encounters
thank you,
per
chat,
day
for being compassionate.
over 20 years. That equals over 65,000
It's also very interesting.
patient encounters of acquired brain
That the jury
injury.
gets to hear from someone who has
And
had a brain
have-
injury,
Do you consider
has
yourself
worked
an
with this brain
expert
injury, and is an
in
expert in the
brain
field.
injuries?
Yes,
And the fact that you have personally had, so give you additional insight.
it makes me kind of unique in that I have experienced.
Have you
Yes.
I
reviewed
imagine there
voluminous
are
records
very
in this case?
few in his
I
field
have.
that have had traumatic
So
brain
the court
events.
complaint, records and reports from the VA hospital, is that fair?
Yes,
About 1,000 pages or so?
yes.
How did they find him?
And
He's-
deposition
he's at
transcripts.
U of U,
Gwyneth
so
Paltrow,
he's
Terry
a local
Sanderson, the daughters, Sam Goldstein, Dr. Fong, all of those.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And medical records also of the Park City Instacare, Cognitive FX, Sam Goldstein. Have you reviewed those?
Yes,
Do you believe that you have the foundation to render expert opinions in this case?
I do.
It does make sense why they
The
pushed
jurors have already
so hard to
heard
have him on.
That the patient, or I should say Mr. Sanderson, has a mild traumatic brain injury. Do
And
you
here's
agree or
why.
disagree?
This witness
I
is
think
attacking Sanderson's.
I have poured over the records.
This person
um,
is going to attack
I
Sanderson's
think it's possible,
extent of
Okay.
injury.
but the testimonies are inconclusive.
It's a very strong strategic choice to not just have another doctor sit up here and attack the plaintiff's.
Did you tell me that
the plaintiff's
the most
injury.
important things you
This
look
is
at
somebody who
are
has
how long
also
they're
suffered
unconscious
a brain
and how
injury.
long they've
It's very
lost their
interesting.
memory, amnesia.
That's correct. So that's going by the Cantu
Owen's demeanor is
concussion
very different with this
grading
witness.
system, which is preferable because it's the most objective and not relying on subjective symptoms from any patient.
Okay, so a concussion, if you hear someone has a concussion, are those your two lead questions? How long were you out? And how long was your memory out?
Exactly.
All right, and apply that to Mr. Sanderson, would you?
So it is unclear whether he lost consciousness. Now, let me be clear. So let's define
They're going to
consciousness.
they're going to
So,
hope the jury has a
when you
subconscious
are
comparison.
unconscious, you are totally lifeless and limp. Not speaking, not moving. That's unconsciousness. I based on the records, there is a very inconsistent evidence that he did in fact lose consciousness. So I am not able to state that conclusively.
So he's not able
What
to
do we know
conclusively state
about,
that
for instance,
Sanderson lost consciousness.
Christensen was the ski instructor. He testified to no loss of consciousness. You with me?
Yep.
And
They qualified him as an expert. They don't ask
Brad
this judge.
Falchuk has not gone yet. Ms. Paltrow has stated no loss of consciousness. Craig Ramon did say loss of consciousness. Have I sort of summarized some of the people who talked about that?
Yeah, and the plaintiffs himself has said, loss of consciousness 5 minutes, and then
And they did not
again
bring that up.
later 10 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
so Mr. Sanderson kept changing what he
Yes.
was telling people, right?
Uh,
I don't know, a few seconds, 5
Yes.
minutes, then 10 minutes. True?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
this is not
I think
cross-examination,
that is
Owens.
why it's important to clarify loss of consciousness with the post-traumatic amnesia.
Two different things.
The plaintiff will not remember how long he was unconscious, if at all. He will remember the first memory he had of that event.
Okay.
And-
So consciousness, I heard you say 5 minutes, and I just want to be clear. One of the ways we rate
And that's really the first person we've
so
heard
the severity of the
describe
concussion is
the difference
um,
between the two.
very short to no concussion, up to 5 minutes, and then over 5 minutes.
So
Is that true?
So to clarify, no loss of consciousness, but post-traumatic
Traumatic
amnesia is a grade 1 concussion.
So post-traumatic
you.
amnesia is a grade 1 concussion.
Whitney Smith, I guess, was another provider who said no loss of
Oh,
consciousness.
James is reading the
Are you
chat.
aware
Good
of
job,
that
James.
testimony?
I don't recall.
Okay,
Yes.
Whitney was the toboggan person.
Yeah,
and
okay.
She asked, she quizzed them, I guess, but let me move on. Okay, so even if
We asked
Ramon's
about-
testimony is
We
believed,
asked about that
that
in the
that
chat. What about Whitney?
would put him only in the second category, less than 5 minutes.
Yes,
Okay, and first category is essentially no loss of consciousness.
yes.
Okay, now let's go to amnesia. Applying what you've learned about Mr. Sanderson, how long was his amnesia after the collision?
That is also very ambiguous and multiple reports. So
So he said the length of the post-traumatic amnesia is ambiguous
hear and
from the
read
reports.
that he had a conversation with Eric Christiansen, which he does remember, which was traumatic in his opinion.
So Sanderson remembers Christensen yelling at him. True?
This is
So-
not cross.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that is the allegation. Yes.
Okay.
He could have
And,
just asked it
he,
that way.
He remembers his friend, Craig Ramon, talking to him. Are you okay? Are you okay? True?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that tell you about, like, length of amnesia?
It was brief, if at all.
Okay, so you said that two
Because
big things we look
Christensen
at for
said-
severity of concussion.
Christensen said that the conversation
Is,
happened very
uh,
quickly.
How long they're out and how long they can forget things.
Yes. And I will add, so people experiencing brain trauma have a period of fogginess and as
The closed captioning is
the,
not doing it
plaintiff
today.
himself said, quote, "I rung my bell."
I rung, okay.
I rung my
At one
bell.
point he said, I rung my bell. I hear you. Go ahead.
So I am not able to say, it is probably it is likely that he did have some confusion, but if he had no loss of consciousness and no post-traumatic amnesia, it can't really be called a concussion.
All right,
So
fair enough.
he's-
And confusion, let's
He's
just talk
saying
about
that there might not have
issue.
been a concussion.
Um,
Interesting.
He has memories at the actual incident site, correct?
He's challenging that Sanderson was concussed.
Sustained?
I suppose. I don't think.
Sustained objection. Doctor, that's when you do not answer.
I truly
length
don't
of,
know if the doctor could hear the court.
Period of confusion. Do you remember what he told the toboggan person, Whitney, about whether he, do you know if what Whitney observed in terms of his confusion level?
No.
Okay. She wrote alert and oriented ×4 or something. That's in evidence. I'm asking him now to comment on it.
Overruled?
No foundation.
Overruled?
If Whitney,
He's
the
an
toboggan
expert.
person,
He's allowed to
observed no
ask us.
alert and oriented ×4. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And is it 4 out of 4?
Yes.
Like 4 is the best score?
That's not
Yeah,
exactly how that works.
I want to know what that scale means.
That there's a then
Please
ask
tell
that.
me.
So let's
There's
see.
4
oriented
factors.
to
Time, person, place.
place.
There's another one.
Situation
Time, person,
And-
place,
and location.
Place, time.
location.
Time.
Time,
yes.
place,
I don't know.
person,
Okay.
location.
Person,
Yes.
place, time, situation.
Did you say president?
No.
Or present?
Present.
Person.
Person.
Person,
So-
gotcha.
So,
All right.
Oriented as
And the
to.
jury's heard on those issues, so that's okay. I asked Terry.
You- no,
would it
you
surprise
just asked
if
about
at
the scale.
Instacare They
Owens.
found no confusion. He said no. Is that consistent with your knowledge of the events?
yes.
Have you seen texts
Thank you,
he was
Chad.
sending out even at the bottom of the hill about Whitney?
Overruled?
Go ahead.
Owens didn't let him finish
have,
talking about the scale.
Heard about the text, yes.
All right. Is it your opinion that if Mr. Sanderson suffered a concussion and it was mild, it was
Leading.
mild?
Leading.
That's,
Overruled?
go ahead.
This is a specialist in brain injury.
What's the question?
An acquired brain
Is it
injury.
your opinion that if Mr. Sanderson
I
suffered
didn't
a
catch if he was a
concussion, it was
neurologist
mild?
or not.
Yes, it is, yeah.
And is that based on the things we've been discussing, or are there any other issues? Loss of consciousness, amnesia, confusion.
Sustained?
I'm just wondering, are there other issues we ought to hit before we move on to your next opinion?
Maybe you should ask
To go
the
to that issue.
question.
A helmeted low velocity impact. Also,
Low velocity impact, what does that mean?
so.
Wait, let him finish
so
the answer, Owens. Take a note.
He was not going
This
fast.
is frustrating.
Okay, what do you know?
Like
Owens, slow
in
down.
a car accident. He was not going car speeds.
Okay. And you read, for instance, the depositions where they discuss it was actually kind of a slow fall.
Yes.
And that's important when determining how hard the hit was or something for the
It's
concussion
not
severity.
cross-examination.
Yes.
Owens.
Thank you. Any other factors we've missed?
I don't think so.
All right, let's go to your second opinion here. none of the medical records support plaintiff's claim that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision. Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Maybe
it
I'll
is.
flip it around. Comment on his
Why?
symptoms.
No, just ask why. Just
Uh,
ask why. Is that your opinion?
What,
Yes.
what percentage of
Why?
his symptoms that he now complains of are related to the ski collision?
Why?
I can't really do with that. I think it would be better to
Ask a better question. I agree with you, doctor.
analyze what he had going on in his brain before and after the
Yep.
collision.
Please do that.
Owens, if you had just
So,
asked why, he would have explained.
The plaintiff, and I'm in no way trying to pick on the plaintiff, but he had a number of brain conditions. He had a stroke, which he lost his eyesight in his right eye.
Stroke.
Yes. He had
Of
evidence
Neil Patrick
of
Harris.
a microvascular disease
In his brain?
in his brain. And probably most importantly, he had evidence of a hydrocephalus clear back in 2009. And let me talk about the hydrocephalus and
Okay, let me make sure we get the whole list, though. These are
Stroke.
preceding brain problems from his
Hydrocephalus.
pre-collision.
And the other
True?
one.
Yeah.
Are we showing this, whatever this exhibit is, to the witness and having him read off of that?
No.
He's not reading off of it, but please turn it around. It's a different topic.
What?
Go ahead.
so
That was not a prop. That was getting ready to show it, but we'll go on.
yeah, okay. Please state
Yes,
that,
thank you. Okay, I heard you say, with regard to pre-collision brain problems that the plaintiff had, stroke, microvascular disease, hydrocephalus. Any others?
not that showed up on the MRI of his brain in 2009.
He had a history of migraines. Is that something you'd put under that list or not?
Yeah.
A lot of us have a history of
Yes.
migraines.
So,
Sustained?
Okay.
What?
Pardon me?
I didn't even
Strike.
Strike what?
I couldn't hear. Just
move
okay.
to strike the answer.
Motion granted.
I didn't even know what his answer was going to be, by the way. I'm just trying
Oh,
to get this list together. But
The answer is certain jurors must disregard it.
thank you. So, if you think of another one we ought to talk about, please tell me, okay? You said you want to talk about hydrocephalus.
Owens
What is that
needs-
word?
hydrocephalus is where the ventricles have too much pressure or a condition called normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is equally kind of devastating.
Oh, wait, I don't want to do that.
Down for me. Does hydro mean water?
Yes.
What does cephalus mean?
Sorry, Miguelina.
brain.
I was
Okay,
messing
so
with things. I messed up
uh,
our
Water
pinned
on
comment
the
for
brain.
Dr.
and then
Edgley.
this is very confusing.
Will you repin it?
Normal
That's my
pressure
fault.
hydrocephalus is not a normal condition. Is that true?
Not at all.
Overruled?
It's, I
Oh,
mean,
it's-
when I say
it's
the word
overruled, you
normal in
don't-
a diagnosis, I think, oh, that's normal. But in this case,
I don't know if Sanderson is
normal
still in the
pressure
courtroom.
hydrocephalus is or is not a good condition.
So, it is a well-recognized medical condition that is degenerative in nature, meaning it gets worse with time. About one,
Remember, Owens would
only
have
one
done
in 500
or should have done a deposition
people
with this witness
between
and no.
the age 60,
I think
60 and
Owens'
70
time crunch is
have
causing a
this,
problem here.
and it gets worse with that time.
You said hydrocephalus means water brain. What, does that mean there's too much fluid in the head or what? You tell
So
me.
it specifically means that there is too much fluid in the ventricles of the brain.
And what's a ventricle again?
So fluid filled cavities that feed the spinal column and eventually get resorbed by the body.
And you said it's progressive, just comment on that. So let's say there were no ski accident. Comment on its progressive-ness in Mr.
That's
Sanderson.
helpful.
So it's been 14 years since that initial MRI. So
That's helpful.
quite a bit of time. I would expect symptoms to crop up like loss of memory, like trouble with balance.
And his
Okay.
kids did not notice any of that.
Let's move on to microvascular disease. By the way,
Annette, I'm sorry.
I want to know if these things are
I'm
related.
tired.
If someone has the hydrocephalus like Mr. Sanderson, does he also have to have microvascular disease?
No.
All right.
MR
and
in this
do you believe the
context,
microvascular disease
it's
caused the
can you
stroke?
explain that or comment on that is
Yes.
appropriate because he's an expert.
Okay, so those two things are related.
So
I
go
prefer,
ahead.
can you explain that?
So a stroke of the central retinal artery is a harbinger of
Doom.
future strokes
Sorry.
and a
When I hear harbinger,
indication that there is
generally is followed by of doom.
microvascular disease.
So microvascular. Micro means small. Is that right?
Yes,
Vascular means like blood flow.
yes.
All right, so small blood flow. So in lay terms,
Can you
does that
explain that in
mean
lay terms? That's it.
the
No,
passages
you don't
of blood
explain.
flow
You let him
are
explain.
narrowed in his brain.
Can you explain that
Yes.
to the jury?
Sustained?
I'm
It is
trying to
leading.
get to the most.
Stop explaining what you're trying to do and ask better questions.
Which is what I understand.
Yeah.
So comment
Explain.
on Mr. Sanderson's pre-collision brain as it
Explain
related
that.
to microvascular disease, please.
Explain that.
So 2 points. So some microvascular disease can cause very small strokes, which are not able to be detected by scans, MRI, CT. Also, number 2, microvascular disease is a great risk factor for a future stroke.
Do you believe this, is
Huh.
this your opinion?
The
All
chat, y'all have been
symptoms
asking, do you think he
the
could have had a
plaintiff
stroke and run
claims
into Gwyneth?
is explained not by the collision, but by his pre-accident conditions.
And that's what that's the point of this whole testimony.
Trying to get his opinion out there, Your Honor.
ask
You
him
can
a
ask him what his opinion
better
is.
way.
Yeah.
Ask it the right way.
Sustained.
Okay, comment on your opinion on that.
What is your
issue, on the
opinion?
issue of his
That's all.
his current claims.
He
as it
asks questions
relates
like
to
he's in
his,
deposition. It's what bothered me about Elaine,
Pre-accident conditions.
and it bothers me about this attorney.
So, in a more likely than not scenario, in this 76-year-old brain now, concussion symptoms should only last for 1 to 3 months. There is a wide berth of evidence that when the concussion symptoms last for longer than 3 months, it's highly correlated with monetary gains or litigation.
I don't know if I
Explain
agree with that.
please. Monetary gains or litigation.
I realize he's
Go
the
ahead.
doctor, but he's saying that when post-concussive symptoms last more than
Relate it,
3
please,
months,
directly to
it's
Mr.
highly
Sanderson.
correlated to monetary gains. And
Yeah.
Your Honor, this goes beyond the scope of his expert report.
I
Could you approach, please?
have some questions about that. Owens is trying to testify with the cross-examination style of asking questions. It frustrated me about Elaine. It frustrates me about Owens, but it is very frustrating. That opinion, I don't know how that's going to land. He is saying that there is a correlation between people's concussive symptoms, lasting for more than 3 months, being related to monetary gain. I really want to know what's going to back that up, and the cross-examination will probably focus just on that, because there are people who have concussive symptoms for much longer than that. So it's going to be real interesting to see the cross-examination on this. Everything else made sense. I think trying to say, well, if people have post-concussive symptoms for more than 3 months, they're interested in financial gain. I want to know what
Sustained?
literature backs that up, but this is outside the scope of his report.
And the question and answer was stricken, and the jury is ordered to disregard it.
Which answer, though? The monetary gain question. The highly correlated to monetary gain. Yeah, I don't like
Comment, would you, on the patient's pre-existing anxiety and depression?
I think the pre-existing conditions are fair game.
So,
But saying if somebody has symptoms that last more than 3 months, it's
Yeah,
correlated
has,
to
been
monetary gain and
medicated,
litigation is a big yuck for me.
a number of years
Big yuck.
for depression and anxiety.
Also, big yuck,
Those
even if the
things
jury
play a
thinks it's
role
true.
in his current condition.
Absolutely.
And just comment on that, would you?
So, also, when symptoms of concussion last for 3 months or longer, anxiety and depression and other psychiatric conditions are the likely cause of that prolongation.
The last sentence?
If the jury's ordered to
I
disregard
missed
it,
the last
shouldn't be
word,
brought
I'm
back
sorry.
up.
Prolongation.
Prolongation.
Yes.
Thank you for explaining that. Can you just comment just a little further about that? What do you, say it a different way for me, would you?
Yeah. So, the symptoms of a concussion should last no more than 3 months. When the symptoms of concussion last longer than 3 months, you start
What?
looking for,
This was sustained.
and this is highly correlated
Oh,
with
dear.
underlining depression, anxiety, and other psychiatric conditions.
One thing you noted in your
Huh.
report was plaintiff has a history of seeking medical attention at an abnormal rate, 72 times in 10 years. Is that your opinion?
What does that mean?
Sustained?
It is leading.
Well, comment on how frequently
The Elaine style
Mr.
question.
Sanderson
What, if
went to
any,
his doctors.
opinion
in the
do you
10
have
years
about
prior
Mr.
to the
Sanderson going to
collision.
the doctor?
So I did note that he had an extensive history of seeking care.
And what does that tell you? Why is that important?
Two things. One, either he has many medical issues before the collision, or he is kind of hyper focused on his symptoms.
And that's pre-collision we're talking about?
Yes.
And then pre-collision,
It's
just as
interesting.
a part of aging, did he note a decline in his mental or physical activity?
That's interesting too, whether
acuity
he
level?
is over seeking medical care.
What's interesting is within 1 month of the
It's-
collision,
That's different for different people.
he went to his own family doctor and said, I feel like I'm getting old.
This is within 1 month before, correct?
Yes.
And did he say, I'm having a hard time doing the
That's
things I've
leading.
always done?
Yes.
Leading. Overruled.
It is. It is leading.
And
I wonder if
why
the,
was he
the judge is just like,
why
can
was
we?
he feeling that way? Do we know?
I. Yeah. So I
No, it's actually calls for
Just asking.
speculation. Him to speculate.
Do you have any thoughts on that issue?
Sustained?
So Chad, I
Well,
appreciate
Using your medical opinion, I'm just
Owens,
wondering.
I appreciate your
What does that tell
patience
you as a reviewing
with
medical
the
expert?
Foundation.
style of speaking of
Overruled.
this witness. For those
Go
of you
ahead.
that are new to the chat
I'm
that just
getting
came in,
old
this
and I
witness
can't do what I
has
used to
suffered
do.
a traumatic
Go
brain
ahead.
injury with a stroke event. You're
Overruled?
welcome to disagree with his opinion.
Go ahead.
It's
so
some of it
I
feels
have had many
little heavy-handed to
patients
me as
of
well.
his age
So-
say the same thing.
commenting on his
Yes.
testimony is fine. Commenting on his manner of
and
speech can be
I
unkind.
think it's
So thank you.
important to
Thank you for being
clarify
intelligent enough to know the difference.
one thing. So the
You're a smart
brain
chap.
is an organ, just like any other organ. With time, it accrues conditions, problems, just like any other organ. The plaintiff had evidence, including objective evidence on MRI and things like that of this.
Cross of this
these,
expert is going to be
disease
tough because of some of
processes
his
before
some of his
the
opinions are rough.
clinician.
Okay. And this was the stroke workup, is that where he had the imaging
Yeah.
before? And do you know of any of their plaintiffs' experts who actually reviewed the stroke imaging before the collision?
Foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled?
I do.
Did they?
Um,
Did any of the plaintiff's experts review the imaging to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge.
And if we're trying to figure out, hey, what's this guy's brain like before and what's this guy's brain like after, it would be nice to put those side to side, wouldn't it? And actually compare?
It would, and that's what the defense has done. Yes.
All right, let's just talk about aging direct. Have you seen? May I show him a document, Your Honor?
This doctor has a very interesting field of
publish that?
study. He
Sure.
kind of lost me with concussions, and he didn't talk about the type of
103.
concussion, but concussions
And
shouldn't last more than
103B.
3 months. That's when I got a little lost,
I
a little
have.
lost
And
in this
does that
testimony.
appear to be a true and correct summary of Mr. Sanderson's
He
health
lost me before
before
that.
the incident?
But they are trying to show the
It
pre-incident,
does.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move to publish.
which
it.
is highly relevant.
Objection.
We object, Your Honor. It's what we've talked about before. There's irrelevant
summary
medical
chart.
information there.
I'm about to establish the relevance.
If he
Oh,
hasn't
boy.
established it yet.
I'm going to admit 103 and 103B for demonstrative purposes only to allow this witness to illustrate their testimony.
Figure out how to show this too.
There's an easel somewhere.
Can I-
There is an
is
easel
this
somewhere.
okay for a minute?
Sure.
This is the same thing, I just don't trust technology. So 103.
Okay, Owens.
And Doctor, do you have a binder right in front of you? Do you have a defense binder? It's-
This is going
Yeah.
through the entire health history. The jury could either find this very
Oh,
helpful
can
or
you see
find
it
it
right
very
here?
offensive.
Yes.
Oh. The monitor.
If you've never watched a civil case where somebody's medical
Monitor
history is at issue, it might feel really
Can we
gross
do
to
the
you as
first,
well.
Third.
But the plaintiff brought this suit, and they are going to talk about whether or not the plaintiff's
All right.
state of
Uh,
health
can you
before
see
the
that okay,
accident
Doctor?
is
Yes.
what's to,
And is this the
is why
the
he's
note
feeling
you
the
were
way
just
he's feeling
talking
now.
about? Thinks he's gotten old all of a sudden, not doing things he used to do.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
And then, let's say that big. Then blind in right eye, were you familiar with that?
I was.
And severely impaired in the other, did you see that in his medical records?
I did.
BL Blazy, I agree.
Did
The
you see
and the
evidence that
plaintiff
he
is a
walked
cancer
into
survivor,
walls
so
before the incident?
I mean, him going to the doctor a lot
Yes.
is
He
not.
would ask people standing on the
I don't
right
know.
side of his
It
field of
doesn't seem
vision
to
to
take-
move so that he could see them.
His plaintiff into account.
Did you see that in the evidence?
Yes.
One of the reasons he retired was because he had a stroke event that deprived his eye of oxygen, impacting his vision.
He
did you
lost his
observe that
vision.
in the evidence?
Yes.
We're gonna go through all these, it's gonna be leading, Your Honor, every time.
It is leading every time.
Overruled.
I don't know
He
why the judge
adjusted
is
his
overruling
skiing
that.
to one side of the slope
Judge
to
might
try
just
to
wanna
avoid
move on.
hitting others in his blind spot. Did you observe that?
Yes.
And
He
this
had
is
to
a
be
balance
picky about what
with a
days he
jury.
skied to avoid
You have to
days with
balance the
lighting
gross.
that would further limit his depth
Dr. B.
perception. Do you agree? Did you
Your
see that in
tea.
the evidence?
Yes.
By the way, I mean, if I close one eye, do I have depth perception? Is it still three, comment on that. Is it still three-dimensional or is it now two-dimensional?
You do want to
The
have.
scope of his expert testimony, Your Honor.
It's commenting about aging.
Overruled?
Okay, so I'm closing one eye. Does that hurt my depth perception or it doesn't?
That does.
Just comment very briefly.
Well, you have basically got a monocular situation, and so depth perception will be severely impaired.
Prostate cancer, were you aware he to this day still has metastatic prostate cancer?
Yes.
It's not like it was cured, true?
Yeah.
And he is severely hearing impaired. Did you see that in the record?
Yes.
He has difficulty hearing higher frequency sounds like a woman's voice. Did you see that?
Yes.
Hearing loss is severe. Did you see that?
Yes.
Heart palpitations. Did you see reference to that?
Yes.
And he was on 2 heart medicines, 2 heart, just prior to the ski collision, 2 blood pressure meds for his heart.
Yes.
Is that related to the palpitations, or are those high blood pressure issues separate from the palpitations?
So they can be related to the heart. They can be related to anxiety.
Okay. Do you have an opinion one way or the other?
So I cannot speculate.
Okay, Mr. Sanderson is 76 years old and experiencing
Sorry,
the
y'all.
effects of
Needed to
aging.
check in with
Do
my
you
kiddo
believe
after his
that?
day at school.
It,
Not an easy day to send your kids back to
we
school.
all are.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Microvascular disease, we talked about that. Moderate diffuse volume loss atrophy, brain volume decreasing. Did you note that he had that prior to the ski collision?
So I read it on the report. Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean? Do our brains all shrink as we age?
Adnan,
Yes.
no, this is a court case. These things are allowed to
Some
come in
more
court.
than others.
And
And
these things
Talk
are all
about
allowed to
Mr.
come in
Sanderson,
court. It's not a
please.
violation of privacy. The plaintiff
brain
brought this case for
atrophy,
damages.
can be caused by
So,
a
this all comes
number
in.
of
Okay.
factors.
Court
Comment
is
on
an
Mr.
exception to a lot of
Sanderson, please.
common rules of privacy.
What do we know? Why did he have that before the ski collision?
We don't.
Speculation.
That's
I
why
don't
I'm
know why he
asking.
had it before.
I'm
Oh,
asking if he knows it.
No, you
Overruled?
didn't ask it that way, Owens.
You know why he had it.
Now you
I
did.
don't. It's a vague symptom
vague.
finding, and it could be caused by a number of things. Commonly, people who drink alcohol excessively commonly have brain atrophy, but there are a number of other causes.
Did you see any evidence in the VA record that he sometimes drinks more than 6 drinks a night?
I did.
And did you see the advice from his providers was, don't do that anymore?
I did.
So the
We want you
advice
to
was
abstain
drink
from
less?
alcohol. Yes?
Overruled.
I did see that. Yes.
All right, we're gonna move faster here. By the way, it says moderate volume loss, so mild, moderate, severe, are those sort of the 3 categories?
Yes. And that's referring to the MRI in 2009.
Retinal artery occlusion, we talked about that, that's the eye thing. And
I mean, I don't know if it's an eye thing, Owens.
clotting in arteries delivering
Just
blood to brain.
little-
Is there anything you want to comment? that
Owens
you
doesn't
haven't
come
talked
across
about
very
on that issue
compassionate.
number 9?
There can be compassion for the plaintiff and still say Gwyneth didn't cause all these issues. There's a balance
No.
between the eye
No,
thing.
I don't
He
think
had
so.
a stroke, he
Depression,
lost
we've
his
talked
vision,
about
and he
that.
had to give up
Anything
his
more you
career.
wanna say
That's
about
hard.
Depression and anxiety.
Okay. If he says, since the ski collision, I've had more depression and anxiety than I did before.
I
what
can
do you
understand
attribute
that.
to?
So, any symptoms past 3 months, I would
James keeps
attribute
passing notes.
it to this multiple factors, not the accident.
A migraine we've talked about.
I
Let's
think
go. We're gonna
Owen's
march
coming
through these
across as
very
compassionate would go a long way.
fast. In addition to.
And when he says I have empathy, it doesn't come across
Going now,
as
starting on 103B12.
accurate.
Did you know he had
Yeah, we all miss James.
degenerative disc disease in his back prior to the ski collision?
I did.
Did you see reference to a foot drop that he, at least for a time, he actually was dragging his foot?
I did.
Weakness in his back and spine?
I feel attacked.
Yes.
I would hate to have
Loss
to go
of
through this.
sensation. Did you see that?
Being a plaintiff in a civil case is
Yes.
not easy.
And just general back pain. See
Yes.
that? Knee injury, yes.
Yes.
And that was actually from a ski collision? Do you recall this? Not a collision, a ski accident?
Carolyn, and this is
I
what they're
had
trying to get
not
at. This is
know
the
that.
balance.
Yes.
Shoulder injury, shoulder
Part of
problems.
this
Do you recall him
is-
having those?
Part of this
Yes.
balance is
And
really,
hamstring injury?
look, he
right,
had all these
torn
problems before.
hamstring?
These aren't
Yes.
attributable to the accident.
Osteoarthritis, did you see that?
Yes. And what maybe
So that's what they're getting to, is
more
damages.
relevant to this case is the osteoarthritis in the neck region, which would
Wait, he has
make
osteoarthritis in his neck?
moving your head side to side kind of painful or difficult.
Which would
That,
be hard with
along
this
with,
particular
the vision
Plaintiff
impairment
is a problem
are,
for skiing.
I think, relevant.
I think so too.
All right.
I think that's very relevant. Thank you, doctor.
My
Very relevant that
partner's
he
here
has
telling me I should
difficulty
wind up. Can you at
difficulty
least
turning his
look
neck
at
and he's
insomnia,
blind in one eye.
respiratory problems
That's very
for
relevant to this
male,
collision.
Sexual reproductive health, lower urinary tract issues,
What-
kidney
what?
problems, hypercholesterolemia.
They're telling him to land the plane.
Weight gain and restless legs. Are those all conditions you saw in his pre-collision medical records?
Oh, who
Yeah.
cares about some of
Why are
those?
these things important when we're
so-
talking about aging?
It is a long list. Some of these conditions are more relevant than others.
Fair
but
enough.
the
Misty W, James already
Some-
did. James already passed him a land the plane note.
indicates that he is 76, and with 76-year-olds, sometimes I have multiple medical conditions like this.
And these were
But
all
what about at the
pre-collision
time
events, right? Pre-collision
when he was 69?
conditions.
Yes.
Not now.
And what does
then.
that tell you in terms of his aging? Like at 69?
Well,
That he was?
so like I said before, we all are.
Aging?
Aging.
Yes, and so in
I think the
terms
eye
of the
And
brain
the turning the head
as
is the most
an
relevant
organ-
for me from all of this.
organ. We talk about brain reserve, and we talk about cognitive reserve. Brain reserve tends to go down and down, starting
Me
at
in the afternoons of
around
trials.
age of 25.
What? Sir!
It goes
Sir?
down faster
I'm way more fun after
with
25.
time and aging.
Okay.
Cognitive reserve indicates that the patient's ability to cope,
We all
adapt,
feel attacked.
be resilient,
We all feel attacked.
and find effective workarounds for that brain decline, which we all
He might be right. I just don't like it.
are undergoing at various stages.
Let me conclude here. They're about to stand up and criticize you for not personally meeting with the patient. Did you
Among other
personally
things.
meet with Mr. Sanderson?
No.
And what did his actual treating providers at the University of Utah, or excuse me, the VA, Veterans Administration people, what did they show on all their neuropsych testing?
So I did not press to actually meet and examine the plaintiff because I think it would be a kind of a condescending to him and also to me to go over a totally normal physical exam as the medical
Interesting.
doctors at the VA had well documented records.
And they
of-
they documented high, average to superior in essentially all categories.
Sustained?
Can you comment on
Because
their
of
findings
bleeding.
in terms of some kind of graph?
Yeah, the plane's
So,
not
I
landing.
think
The plane is in a
you're
holding
referring
pattern,
to the
waiting for runway
neuropsych
clearance.
test.
Correct. Just give us, and then I'm sitting down. Give
Yeah.
us
Sir,
2 sentences on that, would you?
only
So,
two.
a neuropsych test is really like an MRI
This doctor said it was
of
the neck.
the actual mind and
Arthritis
its
of the neck.
function.
And what was it as to Mr. Sanderson after the collision?
He had 3 neuropsych tests, and it was superior.
There are no
to,
gates available for us
above
to land.
Average.
Thank you.
We have
Yeah.
now missed our
Those are all my
window.
questions. Thanks.
We have missed our
We'll take
window.
a short recess right now.
Thank you. The judge is not thrilled. The judge sounds annoyed. He's not done taking his notes. Judges take notes too because they get asked to rule on things. It also helps stay engaged. We are still circling the runway. Yes, air traffic control is resting their eyes. Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. Yeah, Owens did just cut him off at the end there. But Owens knew that this
Step
witness
down, we'll take about a 10-minute break.
was
10
going to be
minutes?
slow and measured. And Owens knew that. So as we're on a 10-minute break, and I can feel all of your annoyance in the chat, Owens's questioning is difficult to follow. It's often very leading. And then this witness has had a stroke, and his speech needs a little bit more space to let him answer. And Owens jumping in is causing more, I think, confusion and frustration, and it's making it hard to follow this testimony. Then this witness gave the opinion that concussive symptoms lasting for more than 3 months are highly correlated to monetary gain. And then I kind of was out. That's when the shark kind of jumped for me with this testimony. But Owens cutting him off made it difficult to close the loops in this testimony. I think there's only one solution, because this was difficult testimony, and we're going to talk about it because it was. We'll talk. We're just
going to talk about it, but we need to just. For those of you new here, this is our pickle. We're all just having a little pickle fluff of our aura. We're getting a pickle break. You might want to pickle back with your drink.
not a nickelback, a pickleback, and we all just are having a moment. So for a lot of you, it feels really gross sitting here going through somebody's whole health history and just being like, well, isn't this the problem? Understand that this is part of the adversarial system. So the person suing Sanderson is saying, hey, money is what is being sought for injury and for his life being permanently altered after this ski collision. So, ski collision, and then after the ski collision, all this shit happened to Sanderson, and he's seeking a monetary payout for that injury, for the pain and suffering, for the change of life, the loss of enjoyment, all the rest of it. This doctor is coming in saying, actually, if you look at all this stuff Sanderson had going on before, this is not because of this ski collision. This is the natural progression of all the things he had going on before, which is why all the things he had going on before are relevant. Are some of the other things relevant to that? I don't know, but that's the argument there. Everything going on. I can see where the body aches and pains and all the stuff going on neurologically, all of that's highly relevant. So he's talking about the fact that this particular plaintiff had had a prior stroke. That stroke had ended his career, which had to have been heartbreaking for this plaintiff to have a medical injury. Maybe I'm particularly sensitive to it because my husband had a medical injury that ended his professional career and shifted it. So I might be particularly sensitive to that. But this plaintiff is a cancer survivor. He's a vet. He's had all these other things in his life before this ski collision. But at the day of the ski collision, he had blindness in one eye and visual impairment in the other eye that required him to be wearing glasses. He wasn't wearing them. That's what we know from the downhill skier. We have heard from this doctor that he had osteoarthritis in his neck, making it difficult for him to turn and maybe look the way he would need to accommodate for being blind in one eye. So we have all these factors that might play into who is at fault for this collision, and to what the damages really are. Even if, this is the argument, even if Gwyneth Paltrow crashed into him, are all of these symptoms 7 years later a cause, or are they all caused by this ski collision? He clearly had injury from the ski collision. The 4 broken ribs are 4 broken ribs. He had 4 broken ribs from the ski collision. But the jury is going to have to decide, if Gwyneth Paltrow is at fault, how much money to pay this man for the quality of life that has changed. And what they are trying to show with this doctor is his quality of life was going this direction based on what happened before, and based on what his brain scans looked like before, based on what was going on at the VA, and based on the other things. He said he felt like he was getting old. I have a tremendous amount of empathy for that. It sucks when your body doesn't work the way it used to, when your brain doesn't work the way it used to. Whether or not Gwyneth Paltrow is at fault for that is the big question still in this case. So while a lot of you are like, how can this come up in a trial? Your right to privacy in a trial is a bit different than what we think of walking around. And if you were sitting in this courtroom, it might not feel as strange as if you were watching it here on the interwebs, right? It feels like, oh my God, they're blasting this person's personal data. It's why people choose not to sue. This is why people choose not to sue. People don't want their entire lives ripped into. People don't want, in personal injury cases, you will oftentimes have lawyers following people around to see what their daily activity is like. Not lawyers, sorry, investigators, following them around to see what their daily activity is like, taking pictures of them loading bags into a car, seeing if they're moving or going to a park or a gym or out to a concert. Personal injury cases are not pleasant to go through. There's a YouTuber called Footless Joe who talks about an injury, I believe it's in a restaurant, and talks about choosing not to go forward with litigation. Her video is very powerful as to what plaintiffs face in choosing to go forward, and you're seeing some of that here. Plaintiffs' entire lives will be looked into, including investigators following them around, and saying, oh, but you could do this. Why can't you do that? It is not pleasant. Being a plaintiff is difficult. Being in litigation is difficult. It is invasive. And part of the adversarial system is that both sides will blame the other side. That's part of the system. That is how it works. And so you're like, it feels like they're blaming him. Yes, they are. They are blaming him. They are saying, you are not as injured from after this because you have this going on beforehand. And in fact, you are the one at fault. Both are suing the other. Both are blaming the other. That's the adversarial system. There will be adversarialness. This happens in criminal court too. It's odd to watch because it's not the way we like to comport ourselves in polite society. But how we comport ourselves in polite society and how court runs are two different things. And that is a difficult thing to reconcile because at times it feels gross. Talking about concussive symptoms correlating to monetary gain, for me, feels gross. I understand why that's being said in court, but you also have to think of a jury. Are there people on the jury like me that are going to go, oh, ick. I don't like that at all, because I follow, Melissa Urban on Instagram, and she had a concussion that she's been very open about and has been dealing with post-concussive symptoms for, well over a year now. And so in my world of experience, I've seen people who have still had lingering effects of a brain injury for much longer than 3 months. And so they also have to think of the jury, and they also have to think of what the jurors look at, even when it feels icky. And when jurors start rebelling against it, especially in criminal cases, we saw this in the Weinstein case and if you haven't watched my coverage on the Weinstein case, tread carefully. Some of the things argued in opening and in closing are distasteful, but until juries start finding them distasteful, those arguments are still going to be made. So it just depends on it just depends. Bluebell said, Emily, if a person has concussive symptoms after 3 months, it's diagnosed as post-concussive syndrome, and it's real. This witness lost me after that. And we had 3 witnesses for the plaintiff that diagnosed him with post-concussive syndrome. EDB. Oh, wait, I forgot to swoop to questions. Hold on. I soliloquied. Questions. Quick. That's not questions. Emily, wrong bumper. You played the wrong bumper. EDB, is it just me that worries with all... Oh, wait. It jumped and I lost it. EDB, is it just me that worries what all this will do to TS, Terry Sanderson, after the trial? I don't know, but this is something that lawyers talk to their clients about. When I get really frustrated and very soapboxy, as I do at times, about like Tom Girardi or Alec Murdaugh, the clients they were working with were plaintiffs who are injured through not collisions, but injured through, vehicle manufacturer malfunctions and catastrophic gas line leaks and what have you, people who are so tremendously injured. And then you see the lawyers who they should trust to guide them through it, stealing from them after going through this process. It's part of why it pisses me off so much, because you can see how unkind this process is, and you can see how difficult this process is. So imagine somebody who's been tremendously injured, going through this process, winning, and then their lawyer fucking stealing it. It's where the rage comes in for me. Hold on. Where is my... I was muted. I am not. I'm waiting for the other court feed to come back up. I'm going to keep this small while I answer questions. The judge is on the bench taking notes. It looks like they're getting ready to come back. This judge is a 5 minutes early or you're late kind of judge, it seems. She's dark inside, said just had a 3-way call with a lawyer and his client to talk over an overpayment situation, and I was ready for them. Thank you for teaching me the law stuff. You're welcome. Any confidence in... I feel confident with using legal jargon in everyday life is totally the goal of this channel. And I'm happy you felt confident in the legal jargon. Hello from SLC. Owens was president of the UT State Bar Association. What does that entail? I don't know. I've never been the president of the Bar Association, and I don't know their bar association. Sometimes it's putting on CLEs and working with other lawyers. And again, a lot of civil lawyers who are very effective go to trial rarely. Elaine Bredehoft has also been esteemed and respected within her legal community. But again, a lawyer that feels like she's very used to depositions and very used to civil process and not very used to a courtroom. My litigation experience was much different. I was in court all the time. I was not in depositions all the time. Depositions made me want to slam my head against the desk. I didn't like doing them. I didn't like attending them. I liked the type of work that I did. It's why I picked the work that I picked. And I like doing this too. Question, have you tried anything from Whistle Pig? I think we can get it in the UK. Whistle Pig is good. That's what Dr. B and I drank on our last stream. I have a 15-year Whistle Pig. It's a delicious flavor and it's a little bit burny going down because I didn't look at it when I bought it, but it's like 90 proof. I love your purple hair. What product do you use? I always forget, but I will use either Overtone or Arctic Fox in the between times. I always try different things, and then I have a variety of different color depositing shampoos and conditioners that I use. I have not used lately. Is it too much to wish Nick Cage would burst through the doors and yell, "Riley, hurry! We have a mystery to solve"? Yeah, I wish that too. Or that he would bring in Woman from Ski Slope and just have answers to all of this. I've got a bad feeling about this testimony. There were some difficult parts to that testimony for sure, especially the monetary gain bit. It felt yuck. How could Terry Sanderson have control when he was distracted by 4x8 billboards everywhere just before the collision? It's a good question. I don't know. No.
Yeah, have them stop at the door. Go ahead, Mr. Owens.
Mr. Owens, you had like
So
5 minutes.
after this
Hold
witness, there are three.
on. 3 other witnesses. I'm switching feeds real quick. So, where did my audio go? Oh, why is this feed behind? Damn it. Hold on. Damn it, Jim. I tried to switch feeds and it's not working well.
Are they ready
Hold on.
to go?
Be ready.
And,
Yes.
and are you reading our part? This witness, there are 3 witnesses who haven't been able to testify, and so they're going to testify by deposition. Are they ready to go on Keri Oaks? Because we withdrew that one, but we want to know, are they ready to go?
Be ready.
And,
Yes.
and are you reading our parts too?
I don't know what your parts are, but.
We handed them.
Yeah, we got them about 15 minutes ago.
Right. It's just a matter of reading them, though. I just need to know, because otherwise,
We wanted to play video of ours.
What is happening?
But, you know, if the court wants us to read them, we'll read them.
Your Honor, we can't,
Yes.
Dr. Fong's video, as you know, took quite a while. We don't have that time if they want to call Keri Oaks and rest. So,
Our video is 15 minutes.
no, but we're entitled to our talking too. So can we do it
theirs
on
on their
paper,
own?
Your Honor?
What was the last question? I didn't
Can
hear.
we just do it all on paper, the reading back and forth? We don't have time to review their
Mr.
video.
Sykes, are you fine with reading the deposition?
They shouldn't have to if they want
No.
their video.
Of course.
Actually, Kristen
They
Van
shouldn't
Orman
have
is talking
to
with James right now
acquiesce.
about it. I think.
Right, but we're talking about like, we're going live here.
No,
Right,
if
and
she's
We've handed
oh,
this
and
to
that's
us
so rude.
15 minutes ago. We had our,
Oh,
we gave them
answer
our
that.
part a couple hours ago. We'd
Well,
like to,
James is right here. I don't know who.
well, did you talk to Kristen?
I did not, but as I understand, Kristen is
We're-
amenable
we're-
to reading it.
We're
Is
trying to
that
get
correct?
Dr. Bain. We're going to,
They-
we'll go along with that if we can get Dr. Bain, but I'm not sure we can even get Dr. Bain
What?
except
Get
for.
Kristen in here, would you?
2 o'clock for sure tomorrow afternoon.
All right, well, let's finish with this witness, and in the meantime, maybe it'll sort itself out. If not, I'll have to make a decision.
Ew.
I'm trying to
Get
contact
Kristen
Dr.
in
Bain
here,
right
would
now.
you?
Okay. Let's have the jury come in.
All right, I'm gonna switch feeds. He said, "Get Kristen in here, would you?" It's very bossy britches of Owens. All right, this feed's just a little bit behind, but they don't overgain the audio. Let me make sure this tab is not muted because I don't have. Why don't I have sound? Sound! I need sound. Where did my sound go? All right, let me open up a different tab just in case, because now my sound is gone. That's annoying. All right. Nope, I have absolutely no audio from this tab at all. So Miguelina, can we let me see if I can find another one, because this tab, I don't know why I have no sound. Let's see if it comes back on. Nope, absolutely none. All right. The cross-examination is about to start. Let me just find another feed real quick so I don't have to deal with the overgained sound. Sorry, y'all. That one lost its sound, and I have no idea why. I don't know if it's my computer or what, but I promise you we will catch up. Thank you, Miguelina, for that. We will grab this one. I appreciate, chat, your patience, because, you know, we're professionals here. This is why Emily just wants her own court feeds.
The case that you're
So we don't have to deal with
$500 an hour for-
overgained. Let me just back up real quick for cross.
Mr.
All right. Mr. Sorensen is the attorney doing this cross-examination.
Sorensen?
There we go. All right. Thanks, chat, for your indulgence. I appreciate it.
Dr. Edgley, thank you for being with us today. And you've overcome a great deal to be able to be so accomplished, and we appreciate that.
Oh, this sound is
I'm
terrible.
going to go through a few questions pretty quickly, and I just ask if you wouldn't mind answering them yes or no. 'Cause
At the
they should
break,
be
I'm gonna
yes or no
switch.
questions, and I think we can move this process along. Is it true, or is it the case that you're paid $500 an hour for records review and $700 an hour to be here?
I believe you have that information, and that is correct. That there is an opportunity cost by my not being
Y'all give me one sec. Some of these feeds have their background sound gained way up, and it's just been really, really difficult on my ears. So if you give me one moment to try to find my preferred feed again and see why we don't have any sound at all. Nope. Oh, that's so frustrating. All right. We're going to keep it for now, and I will find another one that's not quite so overgained, because it's just painful for my ears.
my regular practice.
There we go.
I'm not here for money. I get paid to offset the opportunity cost by my not being at my regular clinical practice.
Gotcha. So that is yes, though those numbers are correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And is it true that, and as defense counsel pointed out, you did not ever meet with or see Terry Sanderson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were paid to review records and do sort of a forensic records analysis, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's what he was doing.
We went over what you had reviewed in preparation to give and offer your opinions, and I didn't see that you ever reviewed the records of Dr. Boehm. Is that correct?
Interesting.
I don't think they were ever given that to me.
Okay, so that is correct. You did not review them.
I don't think so.
Okay. What about the records of Dr. Wendell Gibby?
Yes.
You did review them, or
Yes.
you did not?
I did review.
Chad, I beg your indulgence before we switch real quick.
The
Feeds.
deposition of Dr. Gibby.
Okay.
The deposition of Dr.
That
Gibby
was
is
not
what
on
he
the
reviewed.
list of things that you said you relied on for your opinion. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. So is it your position that you did rely?
All right, that again, overgained audio is killing me, and I just
I
cannot.
think we already covered it, but
This is
you
much,
did a forensic
much
document
better.
review in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks all.
And in a nutshell, and I
Oh,
don't want to put words in
so
your
much
mouth, but
better.
You offered 5 main opinions in your
Thank you, Miguelina.
report that you provided to us. Is that correct?
We now have closed
Right.
captioning and audio that doesn't
And
make my
really, because
ears
of court
angry.
rulings, we're going to focus on 2 of those. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Your first
So much better.
opinion that plaintiffs
for the
went- or
chat's
defense-
patience.
Excuse me, defense counsel went through with you is that compelling evidence indicates that plaintiff's concussion
much
was
better, right?
mild and that he
No,
lost
we missed
consciousness
nothing.
only momentarily, if at all. Is that your opinion?
Yes.
So you do believe that there's a chance he did lose consciousness?
And there is a chance, but more likely
The audio being gained up
than
in
not,
court
no
overemphasizes
loss
the
of
white noise,
consciousness.
and I can't handle the white noise
have not
literally at all.
seen any
It
compelling
makes my brain
evidence to
angry.
formulate otherwise.
When you say compelling evidence, you're stepping into the place of the jury to weigh evidence, isn't that correct? Is that a yes or a no?
It was
I
a smirk. It was a smirk, is what it was.
When you weigh the number one
I appreciate a
opinion that you have
well-paced
that you've
cross.
offered in this case, and you say that it wasn't compelling, is that because you weighed evidence?
I read, poured over many reports, many which were inconsistent, and I'm left to wonder, did he actually lose consciousness or not? I don't know. I would say more likely than not, the answer is no.
Okay. And for the reasons that you gave when defense attorneys were asking you questions, that's why you say that it was more likely than not that he did not lose consciousness.
Yes.
Okay, do you need to have a loss of consciousness in order to sustain a concussion?
No.
And is there dispute among your peers and those of your specialty into the actual definition of what unconscious means?
I don't think so.
So all of
Congratulations,
those that are in
Lucy.
your specialty would say that a loss of consciousness involves, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but lifeless and limp is the way you put it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we've heard testimony before this that you can be unconscious or have a loss of consciousness but still be somewhat awake, just disoriented or not alert, that's not correct.
That's disorientation, not loss of consciousness.
Okay?
Laura, that's correct. The plaintiff was 69 at the time of the accident and is 76 now.
Is it
got a
possible
little
that
confusing midway
the
through.
amnesia that you talked about with defense counsel is, or
I think
could
this is a
account
good
for
tone for this
Keri
cross.
Sanderson's inconsistent testimony about how long he may
No,
or may not have
not what I
lost
meant to do.
consciousness?
Yes.
So that is a very real possibility in this case.
Yeah, actually, you cannot comment on your own unconsciousness.
Gotcha. So then we would be forced to rely on the testimony of those that were there or those that
Yes,
reported
I think that's what he's
they
going
had
to
seen?
say.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the hyper rate of doctor visits for somebody
We've
who's been
heard
a
some testimony
cancer
earlier
survivor seemed odd
about
testimony
a
to me as
triggering
well.
event. Are you aware of things that could be considered a triggering event?
the concept, yes.
Okay. Is Alzheimer's disease caused by a triggering event typically?
No,
Okay. Is dementia caused by a triggering event?
no,
Okay. Is NPH caused by a triggering event?
no,
Okay. Can the presence of NPH exacerbate a concussion or the symptoms of it?
it can in theory, but only for a brief period of a time. Brief meaning weeks to months,
Okay.
not certainly not 7 years.
Okay. And the jury's heard a lot of testimony about a condition called PCS or post-concussive symptoms. Are you aware of that condition?
Yes,
So is it your testimony that the presence of NPH could not be a risk factor in possibly leading to PCS?
let me back up. So,
I like that we're backing up. I don't know what we're backing up to. Clark Kent hit Owens when Owens said,
you
"Get
should
Kristen."
be
Good.
aware if you're
Tried to
not
pull him down into a
already.
seat
Yeah,
earlier too.
the DSM-5, which
Uh-oh.
is the
Why are we in the territory of the DSM-5?
list of psychiatric conditions.
I dropped my snacks.
The fifth and most current edition says that if a concussion lasts
Yep. It's a great demeanor for
more
Cross.
than 3 months, look for other causes, and I believe that they have totally eliminated PCS from their
So he's saying the DSM-5
diagnostic
has
manual.
eliminated
So-
post-concussive syndrome
the
from
answer you just gave me.
it's the
But
diagnostic.
is it your opinion then that PCS and NPH are not related at all then?
He's like, no. When Owens earlier said, "Bring me Kristen," he was talking about the female
You're
attorney.
asking me to state a categorical answer. Yes,
He's saying it does not.
no. I cannot say
He's like, I
that
can't
there
give you a
is
categorical
no
answer.
small,
Yeah, we now need muffins.
association.
Okay, so when Dr. Boehm, for instance, testifies that it's rare, but PCS can occur after the occurrence of a concussion, is that accurate testimony?
I would like to, so I have an issue with the term PCS. Because
So he has an issue with
I don't
post-concussive
think
syndrome.
it's so whereas
Can you explain
it
that?
was a valid condition, it's not at least in the psychiatric world, it's not recognized as a condition now.
Okay, so.
So it's not
and
recognized
maybe
as a
I inartfully
psychiatric
asked the
condition,
question,
but is it a neurological
essentially, if I
condition?
hear what you're asking, or what your response was, and again, I don't want to restate for you.
Because isn't it a
but
neurological condition?
You're coming at this from a psychiatric
I have
perspective,
questions.
where PCS might be more of a clinical or medical diagnosis. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Then what are you saying, sir?
Can anxiety and depression be risk factors for possibly having PCS?
My eyes can't knit together any more than they are knitting together right now.
Again, I take issue with the term PSCS, post-concussion syndrome.
Okay, what
Well, we
about?
know that.
And I think we're talking about the same things, but I believe I'm talking about post-concussion symptoms, and I don't know that they refer to it as syndrome anymore. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about post-concussion symptoms, we can have a dialogue. Yes.
Okay. And maybe that's my fault for misstating it before. I'll ask you the same question then. Can NPH
I
be a
appreciate the
risk
way this
factor for
attorney has
concussive symptoms?
reframed. He did a
So-
good job reframing it.
NPH is a chronic degenerative disease that is likely exacerbated by a number of things. The immediate aftermath of concussion being one of them. But more likely, much more likely than not, the concussion symptoms would have long, years ago gone away. And what we're left with is a brain that has NPH, microvascular disease, history of stroke, and is 76.
Okay. And you said history of stroke. I want to make sure the jury's clear. Mr. Sanderson had a stroke-like event in his eye. Is that what you're referring to when you say stroke?
Let me
He's
be
gonna
clear
be
to
annoyed with
the
you
jury.
limiting
So,
that.
the
Yep.
American Stroke and Heart Association considers a retinal artery occlusion
Retinal
as
artery
a
occlusion
stroke event. Yes.
is a stroke
Not
event.
a stroke-like event, a stroke.
Okay, but
So
there's
he's
no
gonna out-medicine you,
scans,
attorney.
and you've poured over many in this case that show any sort of brain bleed or any issues besides the MPH and other issues
These
that we
are
talked
not
about.
the lemon custard ones.
That would
These
be
are
related to
the
that stroke event. Is that correct?
fudge ones.
Yes.
It's biscuit time. I just need some tea. It is afternoon tea and biscuit time. It is tea time here.
And did you read anywhere in the medical records that you poured over that he had any sort of NPH symptomology before the ski crash in 2016?
NPH symptoms are insidious at onset.
Okay, and what are those? I think they're called the triad sometimes. What are the three main symptoms of NPH?
So
They're trying to show that the Neil Patrick Harris of
this
it
is
all.
a very layman's way of explaining it, but you
The jury
have
are lay
cognitive
persons.
deficits,
What cognitive deficits?
including memory loss. You have imbalance, and that can lead to falls. And you have urinary incontinence,
And
loss
this
of the
Plaintiff didn't have incontinence.
function of holding urine in your bladder.
So
This-
just to recap, the triad is memory issues, ataxia, and then incontinence is typically how that's diagnosed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
This
you did
attorney
not
is very
see
comfortable
any of
using
those
medical jargon in
symptoms
everyday life.
in Mr. Sanderson before
This
the
is good
ski crash in
cross.
2016. correct?
This is a good cross of this.
Before 2009.
And what were those symptoms that you read?
Well, before 2009, that's correct. But yet it was commented on the MRI of 2009.
So the
And,
2009 MRI said it was there.
Given that those symptoms are insidious in their
Not dark
onset,
insidious, insidious symptoms.
happening over years, maybe decades. 14 years later, I'm not at all surprised to find the plaintiff experiencing memory and loss of balance issues.
Okay. Did you review any of the MRIs taken of his brain in 2017 after the collision?
Yes.
And did those MRIs
Yes,
that you
not Sid
reviewed, did
Vicious
those show
either.
any sort of a worsening of this NPH?
They commented on it. I don't know if
It's a very
the
powerful
scan showed worsening.
cross-examination while still
So
being respectful
you
and
don't
not
know
combative.
one way or another if it worsened
I
or not,
appreciate
but
the
they
style.
did mention that that condition was present.
Yes, and
And we've seen this attorney be more aggressive.
that
He's very mindful,
NPH
which I like.
is a
I like
clinical
reading the room.
diagnosis verified by radiology findings.
But nobody had diagnosed his NPH before as having the triad that we talked about before. Correct?
This
I
witness
do
is an
not
expert,
see
so he's allowed to
any
make some
mention.
assumptions.
Yes.
And you were asked a lot about the plaintiff's medical conditions. We had a board up here, we had a whole list here.
We did have a whole
Did you
list.
read anywhere in the depositions that you reviewed that any of the laundry list of medical issues that the plaintiff may or may not have had before the event kept him from being a world traveler or on the go or even skiing that day?
The fact that 3 weeks earlier, he said to his primary care physician, "I feel like I'm getting old."
I hope you don't have
That
any jurors
is
over
most
like 50,
likely
because they're going to
based
feel
on,
that way too.
As you
A lot of
said
people
it,
do.
that laundry list of conditions, they're taxing. They're no one condition is that problematic, but the complication of those various conditions do weigh on a person both physically and psychologically.
Sure. But then if that is the case, Doctor, how do you reviewed some of the daughter's depositions, as you said, how do you account for their accounts of what happened with their dad directly after the ski crash in 2016?
I'm not
Good
going
question.
to make the claim that there was not a transient decrease of function up to 3 months. But beyond 3 months at time, what decline he had was more likely than not already the ball was already rolling.
So he's saying any decline
Okay.
past 3 months is attributable to his pre-existing conditions, not attributable to the ski crash. That's what he said. I summarized it in lay
You
people's
testified
terms.
earlier that you've been an expert in many.
I'm glad he
cases
asked
that
about the
have gone to
daughters, though. That was
litigation.
important.
Do you remember when you testified of that?
Yes.
Have any of those cases been ski crash cases?
No.
Okay. So this is your first ski crash related expert testimony.
Yes.
I mean, but he works at U of U. I imagine he's seen ski
Do you
crash
know what
patients before.
confabulation is?
I don't know
Yes.
what confabulation
What is that? Will you explain it for the jury, please?
The chat knows.
Confabulation means making information up.
And it's not just lying per se, right? It's not just you're grabbing it out of thin air. There's a little bit more of a clinical definition for it.
Can you explain the clinical
Is that
definition,
correct?
please?
I don't know where you're going with this.
Well,
Well, he's not asking you where he's
it's not
going.
just confabulation
what
is
it
an
is.
actual medical condition. It's not just creating lies, correct?
It can be related to a medical condition, yes.
Is it often seen in situations where people have had a brain injury?
Yes.
Okay. So inconsistent testimony by the plaintiff may be attributable to confabulation if his story is to be believed that he has a TBI.
That's where he's going
So
with that.
to point
It's a good question.
that symptom, confabulation.
It's a good
to
question. It's a dangerous
the
question.
brain,
It's a good question.
alleged brain injury. Sure, it's possible, but plenty of other things could account for that symptom of a confabulation.
Sure. But it is possible, as you just said, correct?
Yes.
And from the 2009 to the last scan that you saw, and I don't know when that was, probably the 2017 scan.
Just ask him what the last scan
Have
he
you
saw
seen
was.
any of his symptoms, the symptomology that you reviewed earlier, getting progressively worse from an actual imaging standpoint?
Well, that's a good question, too.
No, but we're talking about clinical diagnoses backed up, only backed up by imaging. Yes.
Sure. But there's no physical, you can't point to any scans that say this is different than it was in those early scans in 2009.
Nor would I necessarily expect
Yeah,
to.
the closed captioning has had an issue with all witnesses in this trial, and the last one, too. It had a difficulty with accents.
Do you know what the medical term discordant means?
No. Negative,
Yeah,
Ghost Rider.
Okay.
we don't often use that.
Okay. And what does it mean?
He's like, it's not a term that we
Well-
use. Does this witness not like this term?
It means loosely that things don't make sense and don't add up.
Okay. You've been asked a lot about Mr. Sanderson's medical records and
Mr.
radiology
Sanderson.
reports that you reviewed.
Sorry, my brain is
I'm going to
just
show this first page of plaintiff's
It's the end of the
exhibit
day.
6
with
to
lights.
the jury.
Actually, I might turn my lights down. That might help. See if I can do that. Can y'all still see me? That looks fine.
Do you see this radiology report?
There
right
we
here?
go. We need a
Yes.
little less light in my face.
I'm going to zoom in here for all of us, and I've
move up to avoid the address on the bottom.
Did you bring enough for the class? The judge is the only one that seems to be mindful of the privacy with this trial being streamed, and I appreciate the judge's mindfulness of it. It seems that happened after
Read that,
Sanderson's daughter pointed it
that
out.
paragraph that starts with the word findings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, will you just read that first sentence for us right there?
Demonstration of a prominent ventricular system discordant with mild cerebral volume loss in sulcal prominence.
Now, you have the degrees and I don't. So, does that mean that
He's not going to laugh
the
with you,
prominent
counsel.
ventricular system,
Like, that's not what's
the
going to
issue with
happen.
that ventricular system that you described earlier, is discordant or not related to or different from the mild cerebral volume loss with sulcal prominence? Is that what that means?
Mer?
So I don't
He doesn't agree.
suppose to get into the brain of the neuroradiologist, but that is a valid conclusion. So
That's my, again, that's my layman's approach of reading a medical record, and I recognize you have that, and I respect your position. But the medical records that you reviewed, discordant is usually used before describing this ventricular issue that you described earlier. Isn't that correct?
Always?
I think we're talking about two separate things: the enlarged ventricles, and as a separate issue, the mild cerebral volume loss.
Okay.
He's like, I think we're conflating the two.
And short of
sir.
going well beyond both of our expertise and sounding more like an idiot that I'm sure I already do, I think we'll leave that one there.
This is the shtick on their team, isn't it? Little humor thrown in.
But these
Him and
aging
Kristen
conditions that you
do that.
describe, is it also within the possibility of medical certainty that you've offered your opinions that Terry Sanderson's condition could be, in fact, related to post-concussive symptoms?
That is not what the medical literature shows, but so I would say much more likely than not.
He's not going to go with what the literature doesn't show. He would
As
do
far
anything for
as
love, but he won't
anything
do that,
is
counsel.
possible. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just check with co-counsel, and I think that's everything I have for you.
You're not going to get him to go with, if it's not supported by the literature, I have a feeling that he's not very interested in it. He's not having any of it, and he's been an expert in his field for quite a long time. Dr. Sanderson is present in the courtroom. I'm covering him up.
So,
But
if
Terry
other
Sanderson
witnesses
is there for
have
this witness.
reported massive changes directly after this ski crash. in
These are good
2016.
questions. I like this line of
Would
questioning.
you also attribute those massive immediate changes to the aging process?
Restate the question.
Sure. If other witnesses, ex-girlfriends and daughters, report massive changes in the plaintiff after the ski crash of 2016, would you also attribute their discussion of those massive changes to regular aging?
That's a good question.
This is a complex question.
Yep.
He had distress over very real rib fractures. He had psychological and physical symptoms that do influence, a patient's global functioning. Rib fractures healed. Bumps and bruises heal. What we're left with long term. So I don't disagree with the fact that people around the plaintiffs said that there were big changes in his physical and psychological
well-being.
function immediately after the injury. But there was brain-related issues should have resolved within weeks to a few months. And what we're left with is a 76,
At the time, 69.
69-year-old at the time brain with multiple problems.
Sure. But looking over the medical history that, like you did, you see that Terry Sanderson continued to try to seek treatment for something that was going on that he attributed to be fairly related to this accident, correct?
I would say that medical
looking for a
attention
cause.
seeking behavior started before and evidence
Hi,
by
George.
his primary
What's
care
up?
physician visit the
Do you
week,
want to say hi to the chat?
the 3 weeks
No?
earlier,
Tail up my nose?
and that was
I'm on
likely
camera
a
often.
ball
Huh?
that was already ruling.
So he was interested in his health before the ski crash.
Wait, George, no
You've
sweater.
testified to that, correct?
Yes,
So he would be very interested in anything that he viewed to be very acutely changed.
Tea time for
Isn't that
George,
also
too.
correct?
yes.
So it would be part of that pattern to continue going to the doctor a lot.
Yeah, I
Up
don't
until
agree with the
you think that
medical
you're gonna get some
attention
sort of
seeking. That's
resolution
not
of your
how I
symptoms, isn't
read
that correct?
it. The sound keeps getting lower. I've done nothing.
I don't suppose to know what was going on
you
in
turn?
the plaintiff's mind.
Okay. Thank you very much, doctor. I appreciate it.
I don't know. There was a year there where I
From the
went
back
to
here.
a lot of specialists trying to figure out what was wrong. And I had full adrenal fatigue.
Last question.
It was not medical
What do you
attention
perceive
seeking.
to be Terry's life expectancy
Something
going
was
forward?
wrong.
I have no information to base a opinion on that.
You know who's attention seeking?
Thank you, doctor.
You, George. You are attention seeking. This is attention seeking behavior. You're drooling on me.
Mr. Owens?
The medical attention seeking after somebody's had cancer doesn't land well with me. Because I don't think it was necessarily medical attention seeking.
I'm gonna read
in
you
a-
what
in a
you told me
negative
your
way.
opinions
I
are
think he was
on
looking for a
redirect, or on direct, and then
resolution.
I want you to say, tell me if anything has changed.
George, you're drooling on
as
yourself.
a result of
sir.
cross-examination.
Mess.
The compelling evidence is that plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. Is that still your opinion?
Yes,
Plaintiff's post-collision neuropsychological evaluation shows no evidence of impairment. Is that still your opinion?
it is.
None of the plaintiff's medical records support his claims that perceived symptoms of
Slating.
cognitive
No, you can't
decline
play with
are
that.
related to the ski collision.
At this point, yes.
Another way of saying that is all current symptoms are explained by his pre-collision aging and degenerative diseases.
You're giving me a headache.
Overruled?
Much more likely and likely than not, yes.
And you were asked about a new word.
They have not finished Terry Sanderson's cross yet.
Confabulation, like lying. You were asked about that, right?
Nope.
Yes.
My sweater strings are not up for debate.
Did you review
here,
the
kid.
deposition of Jenny Sanderson, the daughter?
You can sleep,
Yes.
but you can't tear
Did
up
you
my
observe
sweater.
she said that her dad would in fact be dishonest in order to get money?
Yes.
Objection.
Beyond the
That's
scope.
not an evidence.
No, that's not an evidence.
It is,
Jenny Sanders is not an evidence.
Yeah. Overruled?
and that
That's
he
in now.
seeks attention and that the notoriety of this case makes
Owens-
him feel powerful.
Owens is going
Did
to
you
keep
read that?
going.
I did.
Owens is going to keep
And,
going to use
uh,
Jenny's deposition.
On
'cause
our
she's
little
not going
break,
to
you said it's
testify.
outrageous. You said something was outrageous, that they would assert something.
Outrageous.
What, do you remember what it was?
When I'm on the bottom.
His current conditions are related to the ski collision.
What's
Am I throwing you?
now? I'm picking my words very wisely.
Thank you.
Give him time. He's been very thoughtful in his answers. He's been very tempered in his answers. Just give him a moment to answer, Owens.
The narrowest.
George,
Have long
this cat is trying to unplug my internet.
evidence to support that when a concussion like this alleged concussion lasts over months, there is a high concordance rate with the patient being involved in litigation and also media attention. Both
Beyond the scope of his proffered testimony.
Overruled?
George!
Explained the post-accident.
both of which are hyper real in this
Never,
case.
George. It's always Fred.
Hyper-real means what?
Very real. Very real.
What is hyper-real? I missed it.
So,
I'm sorry, I know I
it's,
missed something.
Just a colloquial
Colloquial term.
for extremely, so extremely real.
What
He's-
is again?
He talked about
extremely real?
hyper-focused on this.
The factors of this litigation and the factors of the media attention around his concussion case.
So what of those things is hyper-real? What are they doing to him about his current symptomology?
Well, so
I'm trying trying to understand his response, Your Honor.
Overruled, it goes to the weight.
I wish
gotta-
Owens would let the judge rule.
Please.
The fact that this is the first legal case that is ever televised in Utah makes it
Huh.
hyper real.
In what way to Sanders?
This is the
Mr.
first
Sanderson?
televised case in
What is
Utah.
that doing
Makes it
to him, those
hyper
facts?
real.
Foundation, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to understand his
Could you,
comment.
maybe you
Owens,
could go into a little bit more of the background behind this opinion?
Yeah, I'm trying
Owens.
to understand the point you're making, and then what it's based on.
Owens
So you're saying
argued about speaking
this
objections
very
and has
litigation
these
and the media attention
constant
is
speaking
impacting
responses.
Mr. Sanderson. Is that your opinion?
Overruled as a preface to the question?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Okay, and
explain.
then how?
Yes, and how?
So the litigation, so a lot of money is in play here.
And how is that affecting Mr. Sanderson's symptoms?
Foundation, Your Honor. He can't pos-
Sustained?
He,
James to the rescue. He's
I'm
trying.
being told to sit down. Have a nice day.
Oh shit! It's just stop.
Mr.
It's a bad
Sorensen?
look. I'm being told to sit down. He says that a lot. Owen gets told to sit quite a bit.
One question for you.
Who's
Doctor.
writing the
Is
post-its?
hyper-real a medical term?
No.
Okay, so has no
That
basis
was
in any
so
sort
weird.
of medical literature.
James was like, the plane has crashed.
I say extremely real, extremely relevant.
Okay, but again, you never conducted your own psychological evaluation of the plaintiff, correct?
No.
Okay, so that would be pure speculation about his motives or anything like that.
Based on a number of studies and meta-analysis of cases similar to this.
So case studies, but nothing directly attributable or applicable to Dr.
Not
Sanderson.
case studies. So meta-analysis of actual things that are in the medical literature.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay. It is almost
Okay, you may step down.
4
Thank you.
o'clock local court time. They've got about an hour left of the day today. I am so tired, but we've got about an hour left.
You ready for your next witness, or should we take our last break?
Your Honor, definitely let's take our last.
Not
Okay,
another
We'll
break.
take a short recess.
Why are there so many breaks? I don't think he should announce that, Brittany says. I don't think so either. It's so weird to me that Owen's like, I'm being told to sit down. And then he just stops and sits down. It's so strange. There are parts of this trial that are just so odd. Let's see if the lawyers have anything that they need to say before we're on
Short
break.
recess, thank you.
Nope, the judge is like, we're on recess. Get GFO. GT.
I can see that.
Oh, fuck.
We've come up with a plan for Keri Oaks.
Good.
I guess I'm gonna be Keri Oaks.
Okay.
We just have to figure out who on our side is going to read the questions. Because there's only one additional question that was added by Wayne Owens, we're just gonna have the same lawyer read all of the questions, and I'll respond as Keri Oaks.
So Noreen could do it.
Well, that's what I had asked.
You good?
Or
Sure.
Bob would-
I think it's nice to have both, of one member from each
You
team.
guys decided that. You're reading.
So I have the hard copy. Are there any objections?
I don't think there are on the mark.
Okay, I'll follow along if you'll
Yeah.
key me in on where you're at.
Yeah, there's some, like, objection calls for speculation, but I think we're good with everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're taking a short break before you begin.
Kristen's ready for the role
Yes.
of a
One other
lifetime.
thing, On Dr. Richard Bain on rebuttal.
Oh, there is going to be rebuttal.
We don't know this yet, but we would like to propose that to hit Dr. Bain, and if it's okay with the court, that we have him testify at 9 or even 8:30, 8:45 Thursday morning for a very short rebuttal.
Can we deal with this at 5?
Let's do it at 5. Thank you.
Well, it's hard for us to propose it if it's not approved. And
You mean he's waiting for the word from you?
well,
Yes.
That's part of it, Your Honor.
He's
yeah,
waiting for
this
the
week
word
is
from the
his wedding.
court.
He had an emergency medical procedure.
Is his wedding?
His
His daughter's wedding.
Oh, okay.
His daughter's wedding. He had an emergency medical procedure. We notified the opposing counsel about 3 or 4 months ago that he couldn't do his attend trial, and so
Well, I'm not sure when your rebuttal case is, but if that's when your rebuttal case is, that's fine. We can come a little early on Thursday. If that's not when you're,
Deal with this at 5?
Yeah, we can do it.
I'm not in the zone.
getting back to Keri Oaks, the witness.
Owen
How are
said
you
I'm
going to
not in the
allocate the time
zone.
between the parties?
based on the time of the questions that they asked.
Well, the
So
thing is,
apparently there's one question for the defense and the rest of it's for the plaintiff. So whatever, however that works out to be.
Ours was about 15 minutes long. They proposed, I think, like a half an hour, 45 minutes of additional questions.
So we didn't call her, we didn't want.
You had designated her as a witness, and we only wanted 15 minutes. If you want to,
Oh my
let us
God.
do our 15 minutes. And then
They're
Why don't we
arguing
do
over
this,
time.
counsel?
Noreen has a comment in response to that.
Yeah, so this is not going to take us 45 minutes to read the portions we've designated.
So let's go ahead and change questioners depending on which side has asked for that question, and then I'll be able to keep track of the time.
Oh, we didn't do that. We just marked jointly the time. It's literally, Your Honor, I would say their time is probably 5 minutes of the 15.
Total.
So
Are you
just
fine with
agree.
5 minutes?
Just agree with
Okay.
it.
Then 5 minutes of the
Then just
time will go
agree.
to the defense
Okay.
and the rest will go to the plaintiffs.
That's
Okay, I wasn't involved in theirs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a break, please? I'm tired. I understand these attorneys are also tired, but I'm also tired. After the break, a dramatic reading of the testimony of Keri Oaks, the other ski instructor that was present with Gwyneth Paltrow's family the day of this crash.
Here's what happened. Keri Oaks was going to be called by the defense, Gwyneth Paltrow, and then they're like, we didn't subpoena her. And then the plaintiff was like, the fuck you didn't. And so now they're reading the deposition in. So this is part of the plaintiff's case. We have taken a few medical experts out of order. The plaintiff has not rested. So the plaintiff has not rested. I just saw people asking in the chat about James the lawyer's Spotify. It's under his name, James Egan. So you can find it on Spotify. I have not listened. I am not vouching. But Owens was like, can we just talk about this at 5? And they're like, no, if we need to have a rebuttal witness, we need to let him know. But Owens is also kind of like, this is too much going on for my brain. And in that, for Owens, I totally relate because my team and my husband will be like, can I talk to you about scheduling? I'm like, not right now. You can't. I can't switch gears. I can't switch gears to talk about scheduling. I can't do it. So in this, I actually relate to Owens being like, please no, I can't do this right now. So, Joe J said, I don't think it's actually that James. No, I think it's this James Egan on Spotify. Chat, you go look and you tell me. It looks like his picture on Spotify. It looks like him. It looks like him. Well, this is special. No break for the judge. Yeah, the judge is definitely not getting a break. The jury's getting a break. Let's get to a few questions. Let me just try to hold on. We're not going to summarize yet. We're going to it's a two pickle kind of a day.
So we're just okay.
So for Owens, he's also sick. So I kind of get that he's like, I can't switch gears. Like I have empathy for Owens in that, though his questioning annoys all ever living shit out of me. I understand him being like, can we please not switch gears when we're talking about one thing to talk about another thing? One of the things that annoyed me quite substantially was Owens giving speaking responses to the objection instead of waiting for the judge to rule, when yesterday he had gotten very frustrated with the speaking objections and he keeps speaking over the judge ruling. It would go faster if he says objection and then you just let the judge rule. Like, can't we all just do a triple, Owens? Come on. So let's give a quick summary of what that last witness discussed. The last medical witness was the expert in traumatic brain injury and acquired brain injury, and really talked about his medical opinion that the plaintiff's decline after the accident, the changes after the accident, were the normal path of progression. Like the ball was already rolling down the hill, and that while there might have been symptoms from this accident, those symptoms should have and did resolve, and that those symptoms resolving, what he is left with is his normal progress of aging. So that's really all that testimony was about. These were all the medical issues that this plaintiff went into this day of skiing with, and that ball was already rolling downhill. And so now here he is at 76 years old, frustrated with where he's at, but that's not necessarily Gwyneth Paltrow's fault. And I think anyone who has struggled with their body or their mind or both not working the way that they think it should, sometimes you are just seeking answers. Parts of the testimony that put me off when he was talking about medical attention seeking, and it might have been the way that he said it. It might have been those words together, whether he was seeking medical help or intervention or going to the doctor too much. Because earlier in the testimony, it was like, hey, it looks like they're going to the doctor too much. And I'm like, but if Terry Sanderson feels like something is wrong and he wants to fix it, I'm not going to shade anyone for going to the doctor too much, because there are times when you go to the doctor and you're like, this is what's going on with me. And they're like, it's all in your head. You might just be a little bit depressed. And you're like, no, something is wrong. I know that you can't see it. I know that your tests aren't saying it, but I am not right. So can we please? So that put me off a little bit with some of those parts of testimony. That's just a very personal thing to me, that I found that after he was recovering from cancer, saying, oh, well, he seems to be going to the doctor a lot. He had a lot of things going on. So I wonder if it off-put the jury, or if the jury will just be like, nah, that seems like a normal amount of going to the doctor. It was just odd to put in the testimony because there's so much decent testimony there for the defense. Why muddy the waters with testimony that's not helpful and is substantially off-putting? That's what I don't understand. Because me as an attorney, I want to make sure that I am presenting the best testimony that is helpful to my case without being off-putting and without overly minimizing. And I think that some of that testimony was overly minimizing. So that's what it is. I saw a comment about, hold on, I want to pull this up. Where is it? I just lost it. I saw a comment saying, Melissa, I'm not using cancer as a justification. No, actually I am. I'm saying this is a person who might go to the doctor more than whatever this doctor thought average was. I can understand being a little more hyper conscious of your health, but I don't think that is necessarily attention seeking behavior. So I found it off-putting. This is not somebody who's had perfect health and all of a sudden he's going to the doctor all the time. This is someone who has had issues and has gone to the doctor for them. So that is what it is. But does that mean Gwyneth Paltrow caused this ski collision? No. We've spent a lot of time talking about Sanderson's health and not very much time talking about the rest of it. So that has been interesting to see, hasn't it? So it looks like the judge is coming back on, but my feed is not caught up. Why is my feed not caught up? Come on back. All right. Come back. which means we're stuck with the audio that I hate for just a few more minutes. Let's see if the attorneys are back. All right. The judge is taking notes and we can hear what's going on the record. I'm going to answer some more questions. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to turn this down while the judge is just on the bench and the lawyers are talking in the courtroom. All right. Kimberly said, question, do you think they had him up there to also compare as in this witness to plaintiff to see speed of speech and tones and manners? I think it was definitely a consideration for the plaintiff's attorneys.
Okay, we're back on the record. Counsel are present and parties are present. Mr. Owens?
Yes, thanks. So we're thinking this karaoke
Oh, give me
is
one
going to go
second.
about a half hour.
They're
and then
trying
we're
to schedule.
figure out how to best use that other half hour.
They're trying to schedule the
One
last half
option
hour.
is-
All right. The feed I'm on is just a little bit behind, but I like the audio much better, so that's what I'm going with. So here we are, just waiting to catch up real quick. Question, do you think having an expert with a TBI-related speech differences is part of the strategy? Everything that attorneys do is part of the strategy. Jury may compare everything they do as part of the strategy. So here, let me turn this up a little bit. Let's see. And then the court should be back on the record in just a moment.
Are we on the record?
Yes, we are.
So
Okay,
I think
we're back
everything's
on the
part
record.
of the strategy.
Counsel are present
Do
and
you
parties
think
are
the way the
present.
witnesses are
Mr.
talking about Terry
Owens?
might backfire? Yes.
So we're thinking
could.
this karaoke
I talked about that a
is going
bit
to go about a half hour.
Earlier.
And then we're trying to figure out how to best use that other half hour.
Cross-examination of Sanderson.
One option is,
Sanderson.
well, here's the question.
Sanderson.
How strictly, we now have essentially one full day of evidence left.
Could he have had prescription
How strictly
goggles?
are you
He wasn't
keeping us
wearing them.
to,
He could have had them,
like
but he
4
wasn't.
hours each left.
Very strictly. Sorry.
Strict.
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 So when you run out of time, you're done.
Strict.
Okay, so,
Like Judge A.
And I'm trying to be mindful of the jury.
so
Strict.
depending how much time is left, then we'll call Terry Sanders back to the stage, back to the
Back to the stage.
pulpit.
We talking tomorrow?
Pulpit?
No, if we have time
Oh,
before
tonight, okay.
5.
Okay.
The-
Okay,
It's not a pulpit
Thanks.
or a stage.
all right.
It is
Ready for
neither
the
of those
jury.
things. It's the stand.
You'll explain to the jury what we're doing.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and take your
What?
seat?
Yes.
It is not the.
Do you want,
What is happening?
do you swear me in?
That you'll read?
No.
No, I think not. The lawyers will point out any errors in your
Reading.
It's better than swearing at you.
Did I read this correctly?
What page are we starting on?
So,
We are starting.
funny thing.
They're going to read in.
Okay.
They're going to read in the deposition transcript, part of it of Keri Oaks. Zach, congratulations.
Right, thank you.
J. Matt said, tried the Ruffles all dressed chips. Awesome. Aren't they so good? Aren't they so good? Oh, I said the word and my mouth started to water. God, that's embarrassing. I love all dressed
And
chips.
who's doing the questioning, Miss Abarama?
Leslie, and I'm
Okay.
sorry for that. She was 17. She'll be 30 this year. She was affected for months. PCS is very real in my experience with her. I think PCS is very real for a lot of people. This medical expert doesn't believe that this, it seems that this medical expert does not believe that this plaintiff had PCS or had a concussion similar to that. I mean, I've heard lots of folks that go to church refer to it as a pulpit. It's just very funny that he called it both a pulpit and a stage, but not the witness stand. It was just funny. It was just funny to me. So the jury is coming in now. That was all out of the presence of the jury. My cat's name is Marvin Sanders, so sometimes I call him Marvin Sanderson. So I'm chuckling at the name Sanderson. I say Sanderson like Anderson, like the Matrix.
Thank you. You may be wondering why Miss Van Orman is seated as a witness. We are now going to read a deposition,
Mindy, I'm
old
sorry
school
for that.
style. So
I'm
the
sorry
witness
for that
name is
experience.
Keri Oaks.
Keri.
Keri Oaks.
Keri.
Thank you
sorry
for that correction.
experience, Mindy, but I'm glad
It's
you
listed
advocated
two
for
ways in here.
yourself.
Keri Oakes, and the person that will be reading Keri Oakes' part is Miss Kristen Van Orman, and the questioner will be Miss Abarama. You may proceed, starting on page 6.
Judge, would you like me to state the page number and the line number?
I think if you, right now, just whenever you skip areas, tell me where you're going.
Okay.
And probably
But
just the
otherwise
page, don't need to do the lines.
Will
Yeah.
do. All right, starting on page 6. Good morning, Miss Oakes. Could you spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Keri, and Oakes is Oaks.
And do you know about what
She's
year you
so
started
excited
working
to
at
do
Deer
this.
Valley?
It's page 12, Your Honor.
Literally, courtroom
1990,
role play.
actually, that was a couple, yeah, about that area, give or take a couple of years.
I
Page
feel
16.
for this attorney. She is
Okay, when we talk about the incident or the ski
forceful in the
collision
mic.
or the ski crash or similar words, let's just agree right now that we're talking about the incident.
They are
that
reading
occurred
in
on
the
February
deposition
26,
record.
2016,
She's ready for her
involving
close-up.
Gwyneth Paltrow and my client Terry
Kristen, it's
Sanderson.
your
Is
time
that
to
clear?
shine.
Yes,
Okay, now I would like to go through some of the parties
This
to
is her
this
moment.
case. Do you know my client Terry Sanderson?
not beyond seeing him on the hill that day.
for a moment.
Okay, have you had any other contact with him
this.
prior to that or subsequent?
Where I spoke with him, or no?
Okay, what about Gwyneth Paltrow? How long have you, or before this incident, do you know Gwyneth Paltrow?
That may have been the first time that I skied with her family. I don't recall exactly how many days I skied with them.
Page 18. Okay, 1 or 2 ski trips you've skied with Gwyneth Paltrow, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, if you could speak up.
Correct.
Okay, what about Brad Falchuk? Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Did you ski with him on the ski trip that involved this ski crash?
In what capacity?
I mean, did you meet him?
Yes, we met him.
Okay, and I understand you were teaching primarily one of the children with
This
some of the
happens
children. Is
a
that
lot,
correct?
by the way.
Not his children.
This
Okay,
happens
whose children were you teaching?
Gwyneth's.
in court
And who are they?
a lot.
Apple is specifically who I was with.
Okay, and were all of the ski trips with Brad Falchuk and Miss Paltrow's children, they were all on the trips with Gwyneth Paltrow, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ski with Brad Falchuk or the children on the trips where Miss Paltrow was not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you know who Greg Ramon is?
No.
Do you know who Eric Christensen
I
is?
feel like we've all,
Yes.
like the volume is normalized.
you know
This is so
Eric?
much better.
Through Deer Valley, we worked together.
They're not playing the video.
How long have you known Eric?
Since, I don't know the exact amount of years, but most of the time that I've been an employee here, I've known him.
This is the deposition
Page
of
31.
Keri Oakes.
What did you
ski
discuss on the
instructor
day of the
for
collision
Deer
with
Valley.
Eric Christensen?
In particular? What in particular?
Anything about the collision with Miss Paltrow and my client Terry Sanderson?
A relief that everybody was safe.
And who was everybody?
Everybody, meaning both people who collided.
Miss Paltrow and Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Page 53. So just before the ski collision, please describe what was happening. Had you all met at the top of Flagstaff Mountain, for example?
Yes, we got off the chairlift, decided that we were going to go down to lunch, and
Can I interrupt? When you say we got off the chairlift, who is we again? Just so we're clear.
They decided
the we
it would
have
be
been
faster
Gwyneth,
to play this
Apple,
than
and I were on the chairlift.
than
I believe
editing
that
the
Eric
depo.
was with Moses. Then we met up with Brad, and I cannot remember exactly where his kids and their instructors
so they
were.
didn't want to edit
They
the
may have
depo.
been down already, having the table for lunch, so we decided to go ski down Bandana to the Empire Lodge for lunch. Then as we started skiing down Bandana, it was not crowded at all. There was really nobody on the run. And Moses and Apple wanted their mom to watch them, wanted to do the side of the run, and she could see them ski. So we stopped to cross the run. The run was clear. There was nobody in front. It stands out in my mind because that's a rarity. Bandana was it was empty where we were, and so we had just crossed the run. And as as I looked before we crossed the run uphill, there was really no one in sight, except farther up by a slow sign from where we were. And we crossed, made 2 turns, and then I heard the sound and looked over, and that's when I saw that they had collided. And
So
we
how
were
did
both
somebody
on
get
the
down there
snow.
that fast? So
What was
why
the
isn't
sound you
Keri
heard?
Oaks reading her own testimony?
Just I
She
heard
was
her
not
voice,
subpoenaed,
and that's what caught my attention.
and that is why they
So
are
I want to
reading
just
the
go back
transcript.
over this slowly.
No, can you just go to 56?
A lot of others said it was crowded. So that's,
Oh,
Keri
sorry.
Oaks is not testifying. That's why they're
You
reading in the
inserted a word,
transcript.
inadvertently.
I apologize. Then I heard the sound and looked over, and that's when saw that they had collided and were both on the snow.
Reading in court without interjecting words would
Go
be
ahead
very
and just
hard.
read the rest of the page, that's fine.
And what was the sound you heard?
Just I heard her voice, and that's what caught my attention.
So I just
Both sides.
want
This is a
to
lawyer
just go
from
back
each
over this slowly.
each
You
side.
started skiing down Bandana without Apple and Moses, correct?
Still on 55.
Okay.
You want to ask that one more time?
Sure. So I want to just go back over this slowly. You started skiing down Bandana without Apple and Moses, correct?
And Gwyneth and Eric, correct.
And you said you crossed the run. Was that near the top of the run?
Near the top of the run.
When you say you crossed
Apparently
the run,
Keri
does
Oaks
that
is
mean
not
you went skiers left?
Yes, we were
subpoenaed.
on skiers right, and then we had slowed down, or actually, I believe we might have even stopped enough that we were in a group. And then I looked uphill before we crossed, just to make sure it was safe. And then the kids and Eric and I crossed the run.
To the left?
To the left, to skiers left.
To the left. To
And
damn
were
it!
Eric and you above
This witness
Apple
is being
and Moses
called
when you did this?
by the plaintiff.
He was behind. He was above hill, and I was more to the side and a little above hill.
And then what happened after you started crossing to the left?
We crossed to the left and started skiing down the side, and then we heard, after, as I said, 2, maybe 3 times, heard the sound of, it was more Gwyneth sounded surprised.
This
It
is a
was
witness for
like
the
a
plaintiff.
surprise sound, and, we looked over, and they were both on the ground.
When you started to cross to the left, did Miss Paltrow then go straight down to the right? Is that what she did?
She stayed on the right, but she did not go straight.
Were you able to see her while you were watching
No,
Apple
she wasn't
and
going
Moses?
straight down.
Yes, I was able to see her.
How was she skiing?
She skis small radius turns, consistent speed. At this point in time, it was slow because she wanted to be able to see the kids. They were not skiing fast because the kids are not fast.
Was she then going to stop and look up, or was she going to look to the left? Do you know?
She was not going to stop because we were skiing.
Okay. Is it your understanding Miss Paltrow was going to look to the left while she was skiing to her children skiing?
No, I cannot say what she was going to do. They were in her sight, and the goal was to ski down to the lodge for lunch.
When did the topic of Miss Paltrow watching her children come up?
Watching her children ski.
Excuse me. When did the topic of Miss Paltrow watching her children ski come up?
It was, Mommy, watch me, and we want to go ski this, and so we took them to the side. It wasn't a detailed plan on how she was going to watch. It was just a plan to ski down to the lodge.
Okay, and when Eric, Moses, Apple, and you started skiing to the left, was Miss Paltrow skiing on the right?
Correct. She was
This
skiing
happens
on the
more
right.
often than you would think. This is not
Page
uncommon in
68.
my experience. At
Was
all.
Miss Paltrow agitated?
When she was first getting up, because she was very surprised and shocked, because that was her comment, was that he hit her.
What was her comment?
Her comment was that she was hit and was frustrated, but then as she got up and she checked on him. He checked on her. Everybody was quite calm. Nobody was agitated or yelling.
When did she ski off, Miss Paltrow?
I don't recall exactly. I believe she was there for most of the time, and yeah, she was there for most of the time. I think that when it was verbalized that everybody was okay, Mr. Sanderson verbalized to us that he was okay, he was fine, and that was his response to her checking. We checked. Ski Patrol checked. And so then at that point in time, that's when she
Yep,
just.
mommy look was at the
we
very
said,
top of the
okay,
slope.
let's start. We can start dispersing because everyone expressed and we were acting as if they were just fine. It was just a collision, no harm, no foul.
And earlier you mentioned
harm,
that
no
Mr.
foul
Sanderson got
implies
up. Do you
it's an
recall
accident.
anyone helping him get up?
We were there, both Eric and I were there to help him. I don't recall that he didn't need us to lift him off the snow. I don't recall needing to give much assistance, but we were there for both parties to help them both and make sure they were both okay to our abilities and then assess him. From then, we would assess if there was the need for ski patrol to be called, but they happened to ski by and check themselves.
Page 71. And why didn't you write an incident report that day?
They need the evidence
because
that it was
nobody,
the
to our
mommy
knowledge,
look.
Nobody was hurt. Everybody left the scene on their own volition and everybody was able to leave. And it was, again, like
But I think it
just
supports
any other
Paltrow's
incident
side,
where
too.
people, got tangled up.
It's an accident.
And everybody was okay and everybody left. And so,
Page 82. Did Gwyneth Paltrow say she didn't see Terry Sanderson before the collision?
she did not use that. I mean, he wasn't in front of her, so he was not in front of her, but she didn't use that phrase. She said, he hit me.
You're assuming she was in front of him, correct?
I saw that there was nobody in front of her when we were skiing, and so that's not an assumption. There was nobody on the hill with us in our immediate vicinity.
Page 106.
So this is
Miss
them
Oakes,
reading the
just
ski
before the
instructor
collision,
testimony.
Gwyneth Paltrow's children, Moses and Apple, wanted her to watch
plaintiff
them skiing,
decided
correct?
to enter this
Yes, we were
into
skiing
evidence.
together down the final run, down to lunch.
Miss Paltrow was skiing down to the right, looking up at her children to see them skiing, correct?
She was skiing down on the right side. Her children were in her periphery.
Can you orient me one more time to what page we're on?
Sure, now we're on page 107, starting on line 14. So she was looking over at the kids to see them ski.
I can't say exactly where she was looking. They were in her periphery. She could see them while looking ahead to ski.
Brian bought me
So Miss
more
Paltrow was
crackers.
distracted,
at the
looking
store.
at her children while she was
They're
skiing
so
just
good.
before the collision.
I would not say, well, I
The
can't say
lemon
that she
ones
was distracted.
Are bay.
Was Miss Paltrow looking at her kids while she was skiing down Bandana Run?
That's why they
When
wanted
I
this
saw
at
her,
evidence
she was
in.
looking ahead at the run in front of her.
So not
Was she
distracted.
also looking at her children skiing?
I did not see her looking at her
Well,
children.
why did you do this
So
then?
Miss Paltrow was distracted when the collision occurred, looking at her children, correct?
She's not looking at her children
No.
when I saw her. She was looking ahead, skiing down.
That's
So
what
she
everybody
wasn't
else
watching
said.
her children. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I didn't. They were in her periphery. I don't know what she was looking at directly. I don't know that she was looking at them directly. She was looking ahead where she was skiing when I saw her.
I don't think this helps the
At the
plaintiff.
moment of the collision, though, you had not seen her for 3 to 5 seconds, correct?
Probably 3 to 5 seconds.
I think this is better for
So
Paltrow.
you don't know where she was looking, other than she was supposed to be looking at her children,
She was
right?
in the shower.
I don't know exactly where that she was looking directly at them. I do know that when parents ski with their kids, it doesn't mean their eyes are glued on their kids. They can glance at them. They can see them
And
in
no
the
one
periphery.
was in
and
front
as
of
long
her.
as the kids know the parents are there and they're in the visual, that's what the kids want. I don't know exactly what she was doing. The children were satisfied.
Moses and Apple wanted their mother, Gwyneth Paltrow, to watch them ski down Bandana, correct?
That's what they had said. Watch us ski
George.
this, Mom. Okay, that was the conversation.
Page 111.
Your human is home from
Okay,
school.
and then maybe you already answered this, but in that, when you last
This
saw
helps
Miss
Gwyneth
Paltrow,
for me.
the 3 to 5 seconds before the scream, did you observe whether there was anyone below her
Why?
on the ski hill?
I observed that the area in the front of her was empty.
Little purr box. Oh, not the sweater, not the sweater.
I think that's it. 111.
I think this helps. I think this helps Paltrow.
Okay. Thank you.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
You may.
I think this helped Paltrow.
That's not good for recalls, right?
Oh, now Owens is being funny.
Mr. Owens, you may call your next witness.
Terry Sanderson, back on the stand.
We have a quick bench conference here.
A quick bench conference. I have a George conference. George, what are you thinking so far? Nothing? All right. I'm going to answer all your questions. There were a lot of questions during that read-in. Why was it a read-in? Because it's faster to do it that way. They didn't have time to edit in the deposition transcript. So next, I think they're going to call Sanderson. I don't think that helped Sanderson at all. It said at the very top of the run, Paltrow's kids wanted to watch them ski down the run and that they skied a little ahead. She skied behind them and there was no one in front of her. The kids were on the other side of the run and the run wasn't super busy. I don't think that helps Sanderson at all. I think it supports what Paltrow said, and I think it supports what Eric Christensen said. But that witness was called by the plaintiff. That 15 minutes of time was apportioned to the plaintiff. The questions that they chose to put on the record were all done by the plaintiff. So that time went to the plaintiff, except for a few minutes of questions that went to the defense. So that was a plaintiff witness. Here's why. Earlier in the week, or maybe at the end of last week, because time is mushy at this point in a trial, the plaintiff said, oh, well, are you calling Keri Oakes? And then they said, no, we don't have her under subpoena. And they're like, well, we relied on you to get her. And they said, well, talk to the Deer Valley lawyers and get Keri Oakes to testify. And they couldn't do it, so they read it in. That's it. So we will probably see the testimony of plaintiff's children and husband done the same way. I don't know what's going on at this sidebar, but the attorney in the gray suit just made quite a face at Bueller. I keep forgetting his name. Wait, no, I made a joke. I made a joke earlier about his name. Emily. Oh, it's escaping me. So we will see them calling Sanderson, but I think that was more helpful to Paltrow. I don't think the jury will know which lawyers called it. That's why they had one lawyer from each side doing it, so that the jury isn't saying, oh, this side wanted this or that side wanted that. So Sykes, thank you. Sykes, I made the joke. I appreciate it. So Sykes just had like a face. So we'll see. The difference was this run being crowded or not crowded, which is interesting. All right, I'm going to answer some questions. George is going to continue to George. Sean said this is a Gwyneth Paltrow witness. I think this witness was helpful for Paltrow, but they did not call this witness. Steph Mon said there was nobody in front. She was skiing slow because the children were skiing slow. Why did plaintiff's counsel want this on the record so badly? I don't know. They're trying to say Paltrow was looking at her kids and that's why she didn't see Sanderson. I don't think that's what that testimony said. Sometimes when you're too close to a case, you lose objectivity. Matt Bond, if she asked Gwyneth how she did, I'll lose it. That would be funny. Gwyneth, how'd I do? I think they read it into the record very well. Question, will her kids' testimonies be televised? Yes. It seems that they're going to be read into the record, so those should be televised. Vision YouTube Hobby said, shouldn't they have equal time? Yes. The attorneys have equal trial time. Jen B said, doctors need to remember that nobody died of cancer before there was a name for it. Diseases exist even if the diagnostic tests for them don't. That's a fair point. Gary J said, why is he going to MD a lot be an issue? This MD reminded me of how a special I saw who said it was all in my head and changed his opinion of my symptoms when I told him I was an RN. Eyes changed. I don't know how it helps, but the Paltrow side is going to try to frame it as Terry Sanderson is blowing things out of proportion, right? This is him getting older and he's not accepting it. That's, I think, the argument they're going to make at closing about it. Did defense get to make them read the portions they wanted? Yes. So both sides got to put in the questions that they wanted and choose what they wanted to apportion their time to. And then they didn't switch lawyers to do it. They just both did it. So will plaintiff's team rest after this testimony? No, because they're not done with Sanderson. What, George, what is going on? He is trying to fall asleep. He's trying very hard to fall asleep on my lap, and he's getting all cozy, comfy. Let's see. Do we know if he had COVID? Seems like I don't know what that's related to. I don't think that's related to the plaintiff in this case. So that's where we are this afternoon. We are back at a sidebar. There's about a half an hour left of court time for the day, and they're trying to figure out how to best use it. I'm surprised they're still at a sidebar, to be completely honest, because they talked for like 10 minutes of this break, and then they talked again before they went on the record. What could they possibly be sidebarring about at this time? So let's see. I'm going to try to get, if you guys have some questions, go ahead and just put in a question mark or a little Q so I can see them. Emily, thank you. I first caught your channel while recovering from knee replacement during the DEP trial. Oh, you had lots to watch during your knee, recovering from your knee replacement. I hope it's going well. And now this trial while recovering from cervical disc replacement. Oh no. These are riveting. Keep up the great coverage. Thank you. George, stop trying to eat my strings. Cat. I have, my sweater has sweater strings. George is entertained. Emily, purple embroidery on black hoodie in the Law Nerd shop when? I have not seen that come out well from our distributor, so we're not quite there yet. We do have some purple, but not a lot of purple. Do sidebars count against their time? I have not heard this judge say how he's doing it. Do you think Paltrow has a chance to win? Yes, I think both sides have a chance to win. I think the jury coming back 50-50 liability is still a very real possibility, though. So I think that's possible. Is Sanderson's case contingent? I have no idea what his agreement with his lawyers is. And I have no idea. Are we done at sidebar? Can you say it loud enough for the rest of class? The jury has to just sit there and do it. So Rainbow, I have answers. Maybe. Let's see. Is it a bad look that one lawyer keeps saying other people are telling him what he needs to do and when he needs to stop? It's odd to me. It's just odd to me. It's just odd to me. What do you guys think? It really depends on the jury's perception, not ours. And I wonder what the jury will think. So hoodie with thumb holes, yes. And yes, we're trying to source them. It takes time. If GP wins, does Terry Sanderson have to pay all of the expert fees and legal fees? Generally, the legal fees, I don't know how they'll apportion the expert fees. But yes, that generally is counted. What's next? What are we doing next?
Okay. The parties have stipulated a fact, and it looks like it will save us some time.
Oh, that's a useful sidebar then.
Mr. Brad Falchuk, who may or may not testify later, depending on how much time there is left in the case, the parties have stipulated that he would testify were he to be called as a witness, that he did not see the accident.
Okay.
Is that correct from the plaintiffs?
Yes.
From the defense?
Okay.
Did the court correctly?
Did you read it
I
correctly?
believe so.
Okay.
He may or may not be called if there is time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
And so we'll now move to the defendants have a deposition to read.
Oh, I thought they were going to call
We
Sanderson.
get to the two kids' depositions. First,
Are we reading the entire deposition or marked
No, the marked version, Moses.
Okay.
So we're calling Peter as a fake Moses to the stand.
Okay.
A fake Moses
Peter
is
will
on
read
the stand in the
Moses.
pulpit.
I
Good.
don't think I have a marked copy.
Okay. There's a lot of logistics going on at the moment. Do you see all those binders they have? Those are depot binders and witness binders. It's quite a lot. So it looks like we're going to get a depot of Gwyneth's children, which will be interesting. I like that we have a Moses stand-in. Andy said, I'm behind live expert with speech anomaly
I'd like
on the
the
stand.
lawyers to each
It's
read
making me cry
their
because I've
side
had
of the
that
questioning
slowness
so
from
that we
long
can
COVID, much
capture
better
the
now,
minutes
but still
used
struggle
by
with
each
memory and
side.
I
concentration.
just need to get my copies back that I gave to them.
What if we, because we don't have two marked copies because we're doing this on the fly? What if we have,
You knew this was coming.
Moses, all the marked part, and you read Apple, all the marked part.
You knew this was coming.
That's fine.
let's do this.
Right now, it's a pantomime of a trial. But they knew this was coming.
Yes.
Oh, we're pulling from the bench. I appreciate it.
That's right, they're not.
Actually, we're gonna share a copy.
You know what? You better keep it,
They knew this was going to happen.
just in case.
They knew this was going to happen.
Okay, this is kind of weird.
No,
but
what?
I'm the questioner and you're Moses.
Correct.
This is not weird at all. Oh, it's weird that you're reading from one
Do
copy.
you recall how old you are at the time?
That is kind of
You need
strange.
to start, tell us what page is up, please.
Thank
Oh,
you, page
oh
7.
gosh.
Just make sure that's what you're starting. Yes.
All right.
Page 7.
This is
Line
the testimony of
22.
Gwyneth
Do you
Paltrow's
recall
son
how
Moses.
old were at the time?
9.
Okay, I'm turning the page.
You need to clarify that.
What is happening? He said 9 and walked off. They knew that they were going to read this. They talked about it last week. They yelled about it
Back
last
up,
week.
'cause
I mean, I
there's
get
some
that it's
gray.
only Tuesday.
Could you just spell your
I
name
need a
for the
snack.
record?
Are we almost
Protected
done?
identity.
Okay, so we
Is
all
that-
stipulate
is he
this
chewing
is
gum?
Moses Martin.
Counsel, are you chewing gum?
I'm on page 7. As you know,
On
we're
the
talking
record in
about
court?
the ski collision that occurred about 4.5 years ago.
What
Are you
is
familiar
happening?
with that?
Yes.
And I'm going to pick up where I was. Do you recall how old you were at the time?
Chewing gum. Is
9.
chewing gum.
Okay, and you recall this ski trip in February of 2016, correct?
Yes.
About 4.5 years ago,
Is
correct?
chewing gum while speaking on
Okay,
the
you
record.
recall skiing that morning that your mother was involved in the ski
Chat.
collision, correct?
Yes.
Method
I'm
acting.
now turning the page to page 9.
The gum is
At the
killing
bottom.
me.
Okay. When this ski collision occurred, do you recall where you were at the moment the ski collision occurred?
I don't have
I
words.
do not recall where I was at the moment it occurred.
I don't have words for how odd it is to
Did
be
you see
chewing
the
gum.
ski collision?
I did not see the actual collision.
Okay, so let's just start maybe at the beginning of the run. You got off a chairlift, correct?
I'm
Yes.
stunned.
And the run is called Bandana. Are you familiar with the
A
Bandana
9-year-old wouldn't be
run?
allowed to chew gum in
Yes.
court either.
Okay, at the time of the collision, did you or just before the collision occurred,
No,
you
you're
were
not
skiing
allowed to
from
chew
the
gum in
top?
court.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And who were you skiing with?
From what I recall, my instructor, Eric. Page 11.
Page 11, line 22. And you were skiing with Eric as your ski instructor just before the collision, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who else was skiing with you at that time?
No.
Was your sister AM, meaning Apple, nearby?
Yes.
Oh, it's a big deal.
Do you know where she was
This
in
judge
relation
isn't
to
making
you
it a
on the
big deal,
hill?
but it's a big
No.
deal.
Could she have been below you?
Yes.
You don't recall seeing your sister?
Not exactly, no.
Tell us what happened on the Bandana run just before the collision. What do you recall?
I recall skiing with my instructor and briefly seeing the collision. And then he skied over and I followed him. And I saw my mother and a person behind her that he had crashed. Who had crashed?
Okay, did you hear a noise before the collision?
No.
And the person behind her, was that a man?
Yes.
Moving to the top of page 13, was this person uphill from your mother?
Yes.
How close were they, your mother and this other man?
As I recall, decently close.
Let's just say, this close, see my hands, they're about a foot, about 14 inches apart, or were they further apart?
I think something like that, but I'm not 100% sure.
Were they touching each other?
I do not remember.
Was her head above her skis, so her head was uphill and her skis were downhill?
Yes.
And the man that was nearby her, where his head where was his head in relation to hers or to his body? Was his head uphill or downhill?
Uphill.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit. So when did you first realize your mom was involved in a collision? How did you realize that?
I realized the equipment that she was wearing because I know that she wears what she wears when she skis, and then I realized that it was my mom. So I was standing around. I realized that it was my mother.
And did you hear a noise that told you there was something going on, a commotion or anything?
When I skied over, I heard my mom yelling at the guy.
What was she saying?
She was saying something along the lines of, "What the F word? You just ran into me."
And anything else
That's so
that you
sweet.
recall at that
That's a
moment?
9-year-old
No.
giving a depo.
Was
What
she
the F
standing up
word
when
is
she
what my
said
mom
that?
said. That's
I do
hilarious.
not fully remember, but I believe she was on the ground lying down.
Okay, did she get up by herself?
I do not remember.
I'm just going to go back in slow motion to, let's say, 3 seconds before this collision occurred.
I can't believe that
You
I
were
s-
skiing with Eric.
This is not
If you're
actually.
facing downward, skier's
This
left
is not
on the
actually
left
Gwyneth
side,
Paltrow's
and
child.
skier's
They are
right is
reading
on the
in
right
a
side.
definition.
Do you know which side you were on the hill just
The gum
before
chewing
this
is killing
collision
me.
occurred?
I was on the left side.
Do you know how far on the left you were?
No,
Do you think that
but farish.
I was just texting.
okay?
I was just
Were you
texting.
closer to the left edge
I'm
of the
dying. I'm
ski
dying.
hill?
I can't.
I believe
there,
so,
there are not
yes.
words strong
And do
enough to
you recall
express how
anyone
much I'm
else on the
dying on the
hill
inside.
at
That
that
gum
moment?
chewing is happening
I
on
do
the
not
record.
remember.
I'm
Were there
gooped
other skiers on the hill?
over it.
Yes,
About how many?
I'm not sure.
And so, what made you ski over to your mother? Did someone tell you?
I was following my instructor, but I did not know what was going on.
So you followed your instructor over to where your mother and this other man were lying down, correct?
Yes,
That scene, your mother and this man laying down. What else do you recall?
These depositions are taped.
I recall
They're not
skiing
playing the
over,
tapes
seeing
because they
a
didn't
few
have time to
people
edit
around
them.
him. I remember my instructor.
Uncle, are you
seeing what
horrified? I'm
was happening.
horrified.
And then I remember my mom on the ground downhill of the man that was uphill from
I
her.
like the glasses.
And
I
recall
like
that
the
they were
all black
both on the ground
everything.
at the time
The
that I
gum
skied
chewing is
over.
killing me.
About how far away do you think they were?
I do not recall. About a foot, maybe.
I'm asking how far apart your mother and the man were when you skied over there.
I'd say a foot, maybe more.
Were they touching?
I do not remember.
And do you remember your mother getting up?
Yes, but not for a while.
Y'all, chewing
Okay,
gum
how
is
long
always
was a while?
not
Like,
okay in court.
5 or 10 seconds?
It doesn't matter
I'd
why
say
they're
2
chewing
minutes,
gum.
maybe.
I don't think this attorney,
And
and
how
I think
did she
this is
get
one of the
up?
attorneys, I don't think this
I do
attorney
not
is getting into
remember.
character.
Did she get up by herself?
I do not remember.
Improper
someone help
gum
her?
chewing.
I do not remember.
Do you recall a large man next to the ski collision location?
I do not remember.
You said there were some other people there. What do you remember?
I remember seeing a few people, not a lot, but maybe 3 people, not in.
They did
including
not
my
introduce
instructor.
the attorney in the black suit to the jury.
So there was your mother,
And someone
the
on
man that
Paltrow's
was
team.
involved in the collision, and then there was your instructor. Were there any other people?
I believe so.
How many other people do you think?
I do not recall.
Like, was there 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 maybe?
I do not recall.
And then what did you do after you skied down to your mother?
I stood there wondering what was going on, and then I believe that afterwards we went to eat lunch.
I remember it. And who is we?
As I remember, it was being me and my instructor, and I'm not sure whether my mother came down afterwards or with us.
So you skied down with your instructor to the bottom
Yes,
of the hill?
to lunch.
So you skied down the hill with your instructor, Eric Christensen?
Yes,
Could be a
Anyone
law
else
clerk.
ski down with you?
I do not remember.
Could be a
Just
paralegal.
before the collision, your sister was somewhere in the area skiing with you?
I
The
believe
chewing
so.
gum.
Anyone else in the area?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Apple's ski instructor?
No,
Do you recall her being present, the ski instructor for Apple?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Apple's ski instructor's name being Keri Oaks? Keri?
I believe so.
So was anything said when you came down to the collision site where your mother and this man were?
Look, I have no problem with
My
chewing
mother said
gum.
to the guy, "What the f
I have a
word?" He
problem
just
with
ran into me.
chewing gum in court.
And then anything
It
else
is
that
com-
you recall?
There are
Not that
rules
I
of
recall.
decorum.
Were people talking?
I believe so.
Was the man talking?
I do not remember.
When I say the man, I mean the man that was involved on the ground or the snow next to your mother. I think it should
There
be
are
on the snow
rules
next to your mother, correct?
of decorum.
What do you?
When I say the man next to your mother, the person that was involved in the ski collision.
Yes.
It just
So
it
that's-
feels like
I do
Gwyneth
not- I do
Paltrow's
not
team does
remember if
not
he
have a
was
great amount of
talking or
respect
not.
for the rules
Okay,
of the
do you
court.
remember if your ski
And that bothers
instructor,
me.
Eric Christensen, was talking?
I do. I don't have a closer memory on that. No.
Did anyone beside your mother say that they had seen the collision?
I do not remember. I do not remember.
Do you remember talking about the ski collision at the bottom of the hill?
Vaguely.
What do you recall?
My mother saying that she got hit or ran into.
You said you went to lunch afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Did you discuss the ski collision at lunch?
I believe so.
What do you recall?
Not much.
Who was at lunch with you after the ski collision?
Oh, the only people that I remember are my sister, my instructor, and my mother.
Uncle, I can't. I
Since
don't
the day
have
of the
words.
collision, have you talked about the ski collision with
I don't have
anyone?
words for the gum chewing.
Anyone else you've talked to about the ski collision?
I don't remember.
Do you think you might have talked about it with some other people?
I don't remember.
I'm terribly distracted.
I'm now on page 25. When you skied down to the collision site before you left,
I've never
did you
seen an
notice
attorney
any
come
ski
into court
patrol
chewing
or
gum, so
medical
I've never seen a
people come
judge
by?
I do not recall.
tell a lawyer
Do you
that.
recall
I've seen
any
judges
other
yell at
people
jurors
in green
for it.
uniforms at the collision site besides your ski instructor?
And
I
this
do
is
not
something the
remember.
judge will probably address
Before
off
the
the
ski
record.
collision, do you recall saying something to the effect of, "Hey, watch me ski"?
No.
Have you ever said something like that?
No.
After the collision, this is bottom of page 26. After the collision, when you were watching your mom and this man on the ground, did Eric appear angry at all?
Not at all.
Was he yelling, raising his voice, shouting, anything along those lines?
No. Not at all.
Why are you so sure? It seems like your memory's a little faded in some areas, which is okay.
I don't like
and
that question at all at the deposition.
But
I
I
object to
wanna know why
that
you're
question.
so sure about this.
Because I remember him addressing the situation very calmly.
How so? What stands out to you?
He tried to find out what
Dragonfly,
was
that
going
would be
on
worse.
and try and see how he could help everyone. He tried to help everybody get out of the situation safely, and yes,
Do you remember anything specifically he said?
not specifically.
I think plaintiff's counsel, Lawrence, asked you some questions about, they were sort of vague about what
What?
have you seen?
I wonder what it's like for Owens to read back his own
Said,
questions.
"Hey, watch me ski." Maybe a better way to put this question. Have you ever told your
Oh,
mom, "Hey,
Owens.
Mom, watch this," before you decide to do something on your skis, if you'd like her to watch you ski?
I do not recall saying things along the lines of that.
Did Eric help your mother stand up?
Yo, this
I do
trial
not
is
remember.
wild.
Do you remember Eric helping up the man that was involved in the collision?
I do not remember.
Do you remember skiing down with Eric after you left the ski site?
I don't know if it was exactly Eric, but I did ski down alone. I did not ski down alone.
Okay, how close were you to Eric as you skied down towards your mother when you realized there was some commotion or incident?
Close. I skied closely to him.
And then you stopped near your mother?
Yes.
And then how long after you stopped did you ski down? Was it like a minute or two?
I do not exactly remember. My best guess would be somewhere along the lines of 2 or 3 minutes.
So you were standing there about 2 or 3 minutes, you think?
I think so.
That completes
think-
the questioning, Your Honor.
I think Bueller
Thank
is
you.
reading. I am
Call your next
absolutely
witness.
blown away by all of that. They're gonna read in one more. They're gonna read in one more transcript.
We're going to read
I'm-
another deposition of Apple.
Is that okay with you guys if they just do it?
Here's
Just let us know the pages, because remember, I don't have a
part
fully
of the
marked copy.
problem with this. I feel like this team has not, this lawyer Owens particularly has not prepped his team for being in court. Gwyneth Paltrow didn't stand up the first day when introduced to the jury. It's wild to me that they are chewing gum on the record while trying to read these things in front of the jury. It's unprofessional. I realize some of you are like, it's just gum chewing. It's unprofessional in court. And it
Can
feels
you just spell your
unprepared
name
to
for
be
the
in
record,
court.
please? Oh, sorry. Page 11, line 13.
So,
Protected
court
identity.
has a lot of decorum. A juror
And your
would
last
also
name?
get told not to do this.
Protected identity.
Okay, you understand that this is a lawsuit involving a ski collision at Deer Valley on February 26, 2016. Are you aware?
Yes.
Microphone more toward
Brown
the center
jacket
of the
lawyers
two.
shouldn't be
Thank
chewing
you.
gum either. Even nicotine gum can't be chewed in court.
Okay.
You
Page
chew it on the
12,
break.
line 3. Okay, and do you recall this event back in February 26, 2016?
Yes.
Okay, how old were you back in 2016? Were you
11. No, 12.
about 11 or 12?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what was your skiing ability at the time?
Intermediate. Beginner.
Okay.
This is Apple's
Somewhere in between.
depot.
About how many times have you skied approximately for this date in February of 2016?
4 times.
Page 15, line 10. Okay, and do you remember your ski instructors on that trip?
Yes, we had Keri, Preston,
And again,
then my
Bueller
brother's
is reading off of the
instructor, who I
iPad
can't remember the name of,
'cause they didn't
and
have
one more
enough-
female instructor that I also cannot remember the name
They
of.
didn't have enough copies
Page 16.
of the depot transcript.
Line 7. Okay, that morning, do you remember skiing with which instructor?
Keri.
Okay, and your brother was skiing with another male instructor, I think you said, correct?
Yes.
I'll just represent to you that his name is probably Eric Christensen. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
17, first line. Okay, so do you recall that the morning of February 26, 2016, when you were skiing with Eric and and Moses and
Yes.
Keri, where had you been skiing that morning before the incident with my client?
We were on the mountain
Keri.
at the hotel and that we were at.
wild to
It
me that
was
the
a
other
ski in,
lawyer is
ski
chewing
out
gum.
type of
It's
thing.
wild
We were
to me.
mainly on the greens and blues.
Do you know about how many runs you had skied before the incident?
5 or 6, I'd say.
And were you skiing with Keri that whole time?
Yes.
Was your mother skiing with you at the same time?
Yes.
Did your mother ever ski different runs when you were skiing with Keri?
I don't remember.
Okay, your brother Moses, about what level is he as a skier?
Beginner?
Okay, now I'd like to go to the bottom before the ski collision that's subject of this case, okay?
Okay.
So, you were at the top of the ski hill, and I believe the run is Bandana. Do you recall the name of the run?
Yes, it was Bandana.
And why do you know it was named Bandana?
It was our favorite run.
Page 19.
We have
And you remember
Bella,
the ski
they
run
moved
because
on.
it's your
This is
favorite run,
Apple's.
correct?
This is Apple's
It was,
depot.
yes.
And it was also the run you go down to the hotel you were staying at.
Yes.
Okay, next I'm going to ask you
This is Apple's
what
testimony
you recall
now.
happening on that run, but before, do you recall this ski collision?
I did not see it, but I recall the events following it.
Okay, well, what was going on during the time just before the ski collision?
We were on our way to lunch at the lodge.
And who were you with?
I was with my instructor, my brother, my stepfather, my mother, my step-siblings, and their instructors.
This is Apple's
But we were all a
deposition.
bit scattered on the run, so some of us were in front, others were trailing behind a bit more.
And who was with your group?
I was ahead with my instructor, my stepsister, and her instructor.
Was Brad Falchuk with you?
No.
Sorry, that's page 20. So, just to clarify, at the time of the collision, there was you, Keri Oaks, your ski instructor. There was IF, and then there was IF's instructor, who we don't know whose name yet. And then there was also your brother's instructor, Eric Christensen. And then there was your brother, Moses, correct?
Yes, but I was not with Moses and Eric. They were a little up the run. I was closer to the lodge at the time.
21. About how far away were you from your brother Moses, as you recall, just before the collision?
I would say I don't really know how to say it. I was further down the run. They were in the middle of the run. I was towards the end with my stepsister. I was not with Moses or my mother.
And did you know when the collision occurred?
Not the exact time, no.
Did you hear something before the collision?
I don't remember.
Did you hear a scream?
I did hear some commotion, but I
If
was
the
further
depo's
down,
being
so I
read, the
decided
witness
to
will
continue to
not
go
be
down to
called.
the lodge.
Okay, so when you heard the commotion, is that what you think is the collision?
Yes.
And when you heard that commotion, did you look anywhere?
I don't remember.
Did you see your mother after you heard the commotion?
Again, I don't remember.
So I'd like to know just the couple seconds before the collision, and then the couple of seconds after the collision. So only about 5 seconds of time. So you heard something, a commotion, right?
Yes.
And then did you see anything?
I don't recall if I had seen anything or not. I think that I did, but I don't remember.
Okay. And when you heard that commotion, you're with Keri Oaks, your ski instructor, right?
Yes.
When this depo was taken,
And where was she in relation to you? Was
when
she
this
above
depo
you
was
or below
taken,
you?
Gwyneth Paltrow
I
was
believe she would have
married
been in front of me. That was
already
usually how we
to
skied.
the
She would
to Brad
leave me.
Falchuk.
We're on 23 now. Okay, so the 5 seconds around the commotion that you believe was the collision, you were with Keri Oaks and IF, and then the 3 seconds afterwards, what did you do at that point?
We continued to ski down to lunch.
And did you know at that time that there was a ski collision?
No.
When did you first learn that there was a ski collision?
When my mom had arrived at lunch after we had gotten there, about 5 minutes after.
And how did you learn about the ski collision?
My mom told me. She told us what happened.
What did she say?
She said she came in and I noticed that she looked a bit shocked, and I asked what had happened, and she said, "This a-hole ran into me. He ran right into my back." And I remember she did this motion saying that he ran into her back, and they both went down. But I remembered that's what she said.
So that's what Gwyneth
24.
told her daughter.
So let's go back to the moment of the collision
After.
or the commotion. You heard the commotion. You didn't see the collision, but you continued to ski down. Did
Yes.
Keri Oaks ski with you?
I believe so, yes.
And she skied with you down to the bottom.
Down to where we were eating, yes.
Okay, and when I say the bottom, I mean the bottom of Bandana Run, which is where the lodges and the
Yes.
eating places are. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so right after the commotion, Keri Oaks, IF, and you skied down to the bottom of the Bandana Run, correct?
Yes.
And who is at the bottom of the run when you got there?
Bueller's reading the
I don't
depot
remember. I just
off of
know
his
that we were meeting
iPad.
everybody to eat.
So he's looking.
Okay.
He's
I'm
looking
sorry to
down
keep
at his
going back
iPad.
to the commotion. Did you see anyone else on the ski run at the time of the commotion?
Well, there were other people skiing, but again, I didn't really pay attention to what had happened. I just heard some sort of screaming going on above me, but I continued to ski down, and I don't remember if I turned around or not.
Okay. Did you recognize the screaming? Whose voice was it?
It sounded like a woman, but we were so far down, I couldn't really put anything to it. It wasn't very clear.
Okay.
So Apple
How
might
soon
have
after you
heard
got to the bottom did your mother
Gwyneth
arrive?
yell.
I would say 5 to 10 minutes.
So you were waiting for her at the bottom?
Yes.
And what about Brad Falchuk? Was he with your mother when he arrived at the bottom?
I believe so.
Did he arrive sooner than she did?
I don't remember.
Well, I'd like to go back to the commotion and just let you continue and tell us, to the best of your memory, what happened. So you heard the commotion, and then what happened?
And then we continued to ski down, and we got to where we were eating lunch. We started to take off our gear and then sat down. And then shortly after, my mother, Brad Falchuk, my brother, I can't remember if my stepbrother was there or not, but everybody else followed in after I had arrived.
And who is everybody else?
To the best of my ability, I'm pretty sure it would have been my mother, my little brother Moses, Brad Falchuk. I would say 1 or 2 more instructors, and my stepbrother BF.
Okay, do you recall which ski instructors were there?
Again, I remember.
They're not putting in the names of
Keri,
Brad
my
Falchuk's
instructor,
children.
Preston.
Those are
who
the
skied
IF and
with
BF.
BF and IF.
Those are
Eric,
Brad
and I
Falchuk's
believe
kids.
that there was one more female instructor, but I can't fully recall.
Okay, Do you recall anyone else besides the people you've mentioned at the side of the commotion?
No.
We're on 27. So when you're at the having lunch, was the ski collision discussed at lunch?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that discussion?
My mom was explaining what had happened, saying that a man ran into her back and they both went down. And she was in a state of shock. And she decided after that she was not going to ski for the rest of the day.
The Bren,
She
yes.
never does. She always stays on. But she decided to get off because she was in shock and she was in a bit of pain.
Did Keri Oaks say anything?
I believe there was a conversation between them. I don't recall what it was about. but
Alicia,
it was
Apple's
probably about my
18
mom
now.
getting off the mountain.
Okay. Do you recall anything else?
I recall getting back onto the mountain for a couple more runs,
Crow,
and then I got off the mountain.
She gave
and I
this
think that my mom
deposition
was
at
getting a
17 or
massage.
18 years
Okay.
old,
When you
not
got back on the mountain
7
after
years
lunch,
ago when this
who were you
happened.
skiing with?
So these
I was
depots are more
skiing with
recent.
Keri.
Anyone else?
I don't remember. Maybe my stepsister.
Do you recall skiing with
I don't.
Moses?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you concerned about your mother at the time?
Yes.
What was your concern?
Well, I never see her really like shaken up like that, and she was very clearly visibly upset, and she had some sort of pain. I can't remember what, but she was in a little bit of pain, and I remember that's why she went to the spa to get a massage.
Did you discuss the ski collision with anyone after you left lunch?
I think that my step-siblings and my brother and I, we talked about it because my brother was closer to the collision, and he had also said that he skied into her back, and they like both went down together.
This is Moses. Can you tell us more specifically what Moses said?
Well, Moses was kind of telling us what had happened. I don't know if he for sure saw it, but I know that he was with people that saw it, and so they had told him what had happened and that it was what he said.
He said that my mom got hit in the back. Oh, what did he say again?
He
He
started
said that
reading
my
the
mom
wrong
got
part.
hit in the back
He started
and their
reading
leg.
Apple's
like
part.
they both went down together after somebody had skied into her back.
We are on 30. Okay, when you finished skiing, did you discuss the ski collision?
Yes.
With whom?
I believe we talked about it at dinner and after. Just I was checking in with my mom to make sure that she was okay.
And what did you discuss?
I asked her how she was doing, how she was feeling. She said she was in pain. Again, I don't remember where exactly, but she did say that she was in pain. She had gotten a massage, I believe. So this was around dinner time, and
The
we had
video
just
is freezing.
kind of gone over what had happened.
I don't
Did
know
she say
why.
anything about my client, Terry Sanderson?
She had earlier in the day not immediately after, but after 5 minutes after
They've
we
read
all
this
met
very
at
smoothly.
lunch, she said that he had skied into her back, and she called him an a-hole who had skied into her back.
These are the
Anything else
agreed
you can
upon
recall?
parts of the deposition.
I remember she was very frantic about it, so she probably said something along the lines of that, but that would be all that I remember to the best
So
of my
some of this
ability.
is
31.
hearsay. It might be
Okay,
within
when
an
you
exception.
discussed it with your mother, and you said she was
So this is
frantic,
what's
what do you
agreed
mean by
upon.
that?
She was in a state of shock. She was very upset, and she was in pain.
Since that collision, have you seen your mother in that state of shock like that since that?
No, not like that.
So you discussed the ski collision that night at dinner, and do you recall you were staying at a hotel suite or something?
Yes, we were in a hotel.
The next day, do you recall what you did?
I believe we skied in the morning. I can't remember if we had left that day or not. The next day, I don't
This
I
is
don't really
Apple's
remember much.
testimony being read into the
33.
record.
And do you recall how many ski instructors were with you at the time of the collision when you started skiing again?
I believe either 3 or 4.
And one was Keri,
Yes.
and one was Eric Christensen.
Yes.
Was
Okay.
another one Preston?
Yes.
Was there anyone else that you recall?
I believe that there was one more person, but I can't be too sure about that.
Okay. Did anyone tell you they had seen the collision
I don't think so, no.
other than your mother?
No.
35. Okay, earlier I think that you said Moses and said other people had definitely seen the collision. Do you recall saying something like that?
I don't think that I said that.
What do you recall Moses saying?
I remember him sort of telling what happened. I don't know if he saw it or not, like saw the actual collision, but I know that he saw my mom on the floor.
They should
I
be
believe I
almost done
said
with this.
that
They're about
he saw
5
my-
minutes over.
Let's see.
And I'm going to have to zoom pretty quickly after
I
this.
believe I said that he saw my mom on the floor, but I don't think that he saw the actual collision.
Okay, so after the commotion or collision, you skied down to the bottom of Bandana Run, correct?
Yes, but again, I personally
The
didn't see the
defense
collision.
chose to
Okay,
read in
but
the
you heard this
depots
commotion.
of
Yes.
Moses and
Did someone say
Apple.
you ski down to the bottom after
did Moses first and
of the
Apple
hill
now.
after the commotion?
No, we did not think anything of it. We continued to ski down. I don't even know if we stopped.
The we includes Keri Oaks?
Yes.
Did anyone ask you to wait by the side of the hill after the commotion?
No, I don't remember that I don't know.
That you recall? Do you recall seeing anyone going to help your mother after the commotion?
I, again, did not see the aftermath. I had continued to ski down, but I believe that people did help her.
And what makes you believe that?
Because I assumed that she would have needed help up, and she was close to her boyfriend, Brad, who is now her husband at the time, and both my brother's ski instructors and I believe BF's ski instructor.
I think
So
they
I'm
decided
assuming
to
that
read
they would
them
have helped her.
in
But
an abundance
Keri
of
Oaks stayed
time.
with you down to the bottom of the stayed with you
And
down
because-
the bottom of the hill.
Yes.
What about Eric Christensen?
They were going to have the
Do you recall what he was doing
kids
after
in court
the?
yesterday, and they had a timing issue.
I believe that he was with my brother, who was near my mom. So he was near the collision.
I don't know if any of this testimony
Okay,
actually
and
helps.
do you recall which side of the hill you were on? Let's talk about skiers left and right. That means that if you were skiing downhill, the left would be the skier facing downhill to their left, and the same on the right. Do you know which side of the hill you were on ski?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you think you might have been in the middle of the hill, or the side, or the near the edge of the run, Bandana?
I don't remember.
39. Can you be sure
I don't know why
exactly
they're
that
running
Keri Oaks
over.
didn't stop and help your mom after the collision, or do you remember that at all?
I don't remember. I think that we were further down because I know that we got to
This
lunch
all
first.
made me grumpy.
So I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Do you recall before the commotion on Bandana Run saying something to the effect of, "Hey, watch us ski down the hill"?
No.
Do you recall if Moses said something like that?
No.
Do you recall if any of your other people in your group, like IF or BF, say something like that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just going to show you something here real quick. Do you recognize the person on the left there?
That's Keri.
That's Keri Oaks,
Yes.
42. So Keri Oaks was recently deposed, Apple, and she actually has specific memories of being on the scene of the collision. Would you defer to her testimony of
I don't
specific
know if
memories
either of
rather than
these
sort
have
of your
been
vague memory that
helpful
she has with you?
at all.
Yes, I could have easily been with another instructor. I believe IF had an instructor.
Lawrence, I think we have a picture of Eric Kenhe, which has a picture of him on the cover of it. He looks a little older than he did.
Oh, isn't he the one? Oh my God, I remember him so well. He was the best. Oh my God, he was the best. He would give us candies and he would tell us.
Well,
Yes,
that's
that's
interesting.
Would you say he was under 50 years old?
I don't remember.
Eric said he
I
never
never
gave
really
them
skied with
candy.
him, so I never really saw his face. That's the end of it, Judge.
Thank you.
Interesting.
So, Your
He
Honor,
would give
both
us candy.
Moses and Apple
Were ready, willing, and able to testify in person on Monday morning, but the
Let me address that after I excuse the jury.
Yeah, you don't need to. Because
We're
Owens
going
wants
I'm
to
going
do
to
it
excuse you now
in
until
front of the
tomorrow morning
jury.
at 9
That's why.
o'clock. I will recess. Please do not discuss this case with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence. And finally, please do not form or express an opinion on the case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. Have a good evening.
I don't know why they chose to bring in those depots. The judge was stifling a yawn. It was interesting at the very end that, you know, they brought in the, I guess Paltrow is going out right as the jury is going out. How fast did the jury get out? Or is she walking out before the jury gets out?
Okay,
Like,
Mr. Owens,
how
what was it that you wanted
quickly
to put on
did
the
this jury
record?
get out of the courtroom? Quickly, I guess.
I would always prefer live testimony to reading transcripts, but
You wanted the jury
kids
to
were
know
not
that.
available.
Put it in closing.
And
Just put it in your closing.
mostly, I just want to put that on the record. I was expecting to take over the case on Monday morning, given multiple
You said this
assurances that I
every
could do so,
day.
and I was not able to do so.
The multiple assurances were, if we're done, and we intended to be done. It sounds like some kind of a
Broken record?
statement that we didn't do something we're supposed to do. And they took almost as much time cross-examining more on some of these witnesses, and that's why we didn't finish,
Sykes is pissed.
in my humble
Yeah,
opinion.
you could have called them live. You still can
George.
call them live. But I understand that you wanted to put that on the record, so
They
thank
became
you.
unavailable.
All right.
Sykes isn't
So
wrong
we're going
here.
to take a short recess, maybe 5 minutes, and come back and work on jury instructions. Is that right? Okay. Just take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back, and hopefully we'll wrap it up by the end, by 1:30.
We're not done? George? George, we're not done.
Ryan, what time would you like everybody here?
We're not done?
8:45, be ready to go, because once all the jurors are assembled, we can start.
We're not done? George, why? Why are we not done? No. 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 I can't. This trial has gone so far off the rails for me that I don't know what to do. George, we're going to answer some questions and then I have to go. I have a meeting, George. We were supposed to be done, sir. I know. I know. I'm going to do my best and then I'm going to make my meeting. Who is George? George is my cat. George, this is George. George is one of the cats. George is a little purr box this evening who wants to be in my lap. I don't know why. Where is your human? George's human is home from school, so normally George is with his human. I am his like second or third choice. So they're going to be discussing jury instructions. Let's see if they're going to do that in open court. So we're going to get there. My brain is broken by this courtroom. Completely broken. Just completely broken by this courtroom. It's just... Okay, we're going to take a deep breath. Why did the attorneys feel the need to read in those two depositions? I don't know if they helped in any way. Why did the attorneys for the plaintiff choose to read in the ski instructor Keri Oaks depositions? I don't know if that helped them. I don't know what's happening. I can't sum it up. Okay, we're going to just try to sum it up. My brain is broken with today. So this afternoon, we had 3 depositions read into the record because the witnesses were unavailable. We then had Owens attempting to make a record in front of the jury because he wanted to tell the jury that he prefers live witnesses, but insinuating that the other side was not done, which isn't truly fair because Owens did cost them about an hour in the morning arguing motions that had already been decided. So it's not just that the plaintiff took too much time and Owens like, we were assured we would wrap up Friday. Trials are dynamic. That's what happens. They managed to prioritize some of their witnesses, but they couldn't have live witness testimony with this. And they did not have time to edit the video deposition. And that's why they were doing the reading the transcript in. It's a much easier way to do it, but that's also why they only had a certain amount of copies and both attorneys were standing next to each other reading the transcript. I know some of y'all think that I'm ridiculous for being flabbergasted that gum was being chewed in court. I am. I don't think I'm that old school. I have been in some pretty lenient courtrooms, but I was surprised that there was candy on counsel table during Dep v. Heard, but I've never seen it when parties are on the record. So that is something I have never seen. But I also feel like there's times this courtroom is being treated more like a deposition. Depositions are much more relaxed environments. Court in front of a jury particularly is a much more formal environment. This courtroom is not always that way, and it just absolutely surprises me. And it's going to continue to surprise me. It's particularly when someone is on the record. So I continue to be surprised. I continue to be surprised. It's just an odd thing to me. I have seen some pretty informal courtrooms in Southern California. I'm surprised. Lawn Lumber said, to be fair, I'm equally flabbergasted. No way you could pull that in any courtroom I've appeared in. No, not at all. I have seen people have cough drops when they let the court know, but not when they're speaking on the record. It's the courtroom decorum but the judge didn't say anything, and I don't think the judge would say anything in front of the jury. But it's also something that the attorneys need to be aware that they're being watched by being watched by a court. RJB said, didn't you throw up in court? I would rather you chewed gum. I would rather have not thrown up in court, but I had hyperemesis and the court would not accommodate my pregnancy. So yes, I did throw up in court in front of a jury due to having no other options. But that was a standoff between me and a judge who would not accommodate me being pregnant. So at some point, there's nothing else to do. I would also rather chew gum in court, though I would never. It's just very interesting to see, because it feels like the formality of trial is not being considered in parts of this case, which is odd to me. It feels like they're doing a deposition in front of a jury, which is odd to me. But also the first day, we didn't see Gwyneth stand up for the jury, and parts of that made me feel like they're not thinking of the jury, and not thinking of the jury is going to come back to bite them. So while it might not be off-putting to this judge, they have to consider the jury too. So we will see what happens. It's just odd. But I've never seen that before. And I still find it off-putting. And while there might be reasons that somebody would want to do that, on the record is not something I have ever seen accommodated in a court. So that's something they need to consider in front of the jury. So we'll see about the judge coming back on and doing the deposition or doing the jury instructions. And we will see. So let us answer some questions. This has been a strange day in court. So this has just been a strange day in court. Freedom said, please tell me you sue the courts for not accommodating your pregnancy. Oh no, that's not really an option. You get judges that you get, and maybe some of that is me just being like, look, there are times when you were in court that the judge throws down the rules and you deal with it. Even if the outcome is not particularly desired. So it's just been an interesting trial to watch. This judge has been tremendously patient and firm when need be. So it's been very, very interesting today. That's my summary of today. I'm kind of blown away by what we've seen. I'm surprised that they read in the depositions. I don't know if they added much. Both Gwyneth Paltrow told both her kids that Sanderson hit her. I guess that was their point. There's been points in all the testimony that contradicts other testimony. At the very end of a day reading in depositions, I don't know how much the jurors will get out of it, but we are getting down to the wire on this trial. It's Tuesday. They are supposed to go to the jury Thursday by lunch. They're supposed to do closing arguments Thursday morning. We heard that there were 4 experts to testify today. We saw 2 of them. So defense is running out of time, and the plaintiffs are like, we're going to have time. We're going to have time. I don't know. So we'll see. All right. With all of that, let us, I'm going to see if they come back on the record real quick, but I'm going to just try to answer some questions. We might not be able to stay for jury instructions because I don't. So we will see. Blues, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. And thank you for the super chat. David said gums fall out. Move to strike, Your Honor. The gum, I mean. That would have been funny. I just don't understand. Sarah said if an A-list star hit and left a pedestrian on a public slope, I would think that, quote, gossip would have hit the press in 2016. I don't know if it would have. I mean, I guess it might have. Laura Lou said, I've ended up with so many random song lyrics in my head after your streams. I apologize for that. I do that. Does plaintiff get to cross-examine the kids? Robin, so all of these depositions being read in, both sides would have been there to do their direct and cross. Do you remember in Depp v. Heard when they played the testimony of Adam Waldman? In Depp v. Heard, when they played that testimony, they got to choose how much of their direct and how much of their cross was played to the jury, and then the direct and the cross time counted against the other side. So if the plaintiff chose not to have any of their cross-examination read in, they would have done a cross-examination during the deposition, but they can choose not to have that read in. Now I have George hair on my nose. They can choose not to have that deposition read in against their time, the way we saw with Waldman's testimony in the Depp v. Heard case. So yes, they would have gotten to cross-examine during the deposition. No, they don't have to present those questions to the jury and use their time, because there was probably nothing in it that was helpful. I'm surprised they put in the Keri Oaks testimony. Truly am. I thought the Keri Oaks testimony was some of the most helpful testimony today for Paltrow. Truly. So Steph Mon said that did less for Gwyneth Paltrow than what plaintiff read in. I think so too. I think the kid testimony didn't really help very much at all. Jim said, interesting day. I was in and out. It seems that both sides are running out of time. It does. Can you comment, bring us up to speed on what has to fit into that limited time? Love what you do. Thank you, Jim. So I think we are running out of time. I don't know how many witnesses the defense has left. The plaintiffs might want to recall Dr. not Bain, but Baum. Is it Bain, that one, Bain. They want to recall him in as a rebuttal witness, and they have to have time for their closing arguments. They are getting printouts of how much time they have left. That has not been put on the record, and we have not seen that put on the record, but they are getting that information. So they have to finish up the rest of their witnesses tomorrow and do closing arguments Thursday morning. Did we miss closing if they're doing jury instructions? Dark Angel, no. They're finalizing jury instructions to be read on Thursday so they can deal with any issues that come up. So Sanderson versus Paltrow, directed by Tommy, is it Wiseau? I'm not familiar with who that is. Question, is it me or was Sanderson sitting right behind counsel podium when Paltrow was on the stand putting himself in her line of sight? He sat in a different spot than he has been sitting the rest of the trial. He seemed to be there this afternoon today. So we will see. I'm dyeing my hair purple this week. Congratulations. I kept trying to grab this comment and my chat keeps jumping because there's 20,000 of you here. Are they bringing Terry Sanderson back? They are supposed to finish their cross-examination. So we'll see. I don't know. We will see. James is the partner in the firm. James is a partner in the firm. Why is he not the lead? I don't know. I have found James and then the other gentleman today who you guys were joking looked like Billy Baldwin. I've found them to be the easiest to follow in this trial. So that's what I have found. I like the way James questions. I like the way he questioned, especially with the doctor that testified this morning and into this afternoon. I thought the cross-examination hit the points they needed to hit while being easy to follow and respectful. It wasn't combative. I thought it was a very good cross-examination. So that. Do y'all play Scrabble or Yahtzee this afternoon, or just Pictionary this morning? Just Pictionary this morning. Just Pictionary this morning. I don't know how young James Egan is. He looks quite young. So I don't know how old he is. I don't know how long he's been an attorney. So some attorneys partner track in like 5-6 years. But y'all, I am looking at the time and I have got to go. Unfortunately, I feel like I've speed run through questions. Court has not come back. I've been using the stream from ET or the Independent, but they have not zoomed back. The judge said he was hoping to be done by 6:30. They have not gone back into court, so I wonder if they are going to do the finalization of the jury instructions off the record. As I say that, the judge is walking back out. All right, let's see what this judge has to say real quick as they put this back on the record. But I do have a meeting in just a few minutes, so I might have to just jam. And I think actually, because otherwise I'm going to be late. Y'all, they are going to be talking about jury instructions. I will watch this later and summarize it in the morning. This is also still live streaming across networks. I hate to say that I have to go, but I do. I have a meeting that I cannot miss. Have you heard Egan's music? Not yet. So Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. Thank you for having the most interesting discussions with me here in the chat all day long. I appreciate it. Thank you for dealing with my grumpiness today. When things are wild in court, it just kind of ruffles my feather. I'm just like, what is happening in this court? But each judge gets to control their court their way, even if it ruffles me. So with that, we all have our personal quirks. I appreciate you for being Law Nerds. I will see. Ooh, I've got a meeting in 3 minutes. I appreciate you. I will see you soon. Bye. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. When you only have time for just the quick bits.